Ah, shit. You guys can hear that. Yeah. That's not the game. Hold on. Oops. The game is here. There we go. Windows settings. I'm so prepared. This. Yeah, okay, yeah. The picture is just, hey, Rocky, welcome. We are taking part in the Choose Wisely Theme Festival, which I think officially starts tomorrow, but they did not clarify time zone, so I'm gonna assume it's fine to start today, right? It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna play two games today. First is Imperial Grace. It is a resource management visual novel about your dad died, now you have to rule the kingdom. Do you date or do you manage your resources and like control your people and whatever? It's intended for mature audience. Oh no. Oh dear. I'm so mature. Wait, I'm gonna check. Hold on. Let me check the store page. What are the content warnings for Imperial Grace? Let's read that out before we start. Should be here. Content warnings, tackle several forms of fantasy violence common in medieval times, assassination, disease, war, sexism, etc. All right, I didn't watch. I read Game of Thrones. I think I'll be fine. Show me some tips. I okay. There's accessibility options. You can check resources from the extra menu at any time. Yes. Hold on, let me normal mode. Our name is Lydia. Hold on. I feel like I lowered the audio. Maximize everything. Suggestive. Nah, we're fine. We're fine, right? We'll be fine. Fade to black. Nah, we're adults. Says the asexual who goes, ugh, people in love. Let's just flash the tips again. Okay. Normal mode. Our default name is Lydia. We can start with bonus to army, bonus to religion, bonus to diplomacy. Is the game there we go. Or bonus in money. I know I like diplomacy, okay? We can change the skin color. We can be light, tan. Oh, even the eye color, the eye shape changes, and the lipstick. Alright, medium and deep. Because like if we go for tan, her eyes are a little sharper. Than if we go for medium, it suddenly goes to droop back a little bit. You know what? Let's go for here. Can I have freckles? Can I have freckles? I can have moles. Can I have all the moles? Maybe I shouldn't have all the moles. What if I want all the moles? And all the freckles? Yeah, I'm keeping that. Hair. Straight, wavy, curly dreads. Hold on, what the... Oh. The audio... Oh, my phone's going wild with notifs. I think it's because I pointed out that one of my friends looks like a Vampire the Masquerade character. There we go. Alright. Can I have straight? Which is ultimately not what I'm choosing. No, I don't vibe with straight hair. We have dreads. Ooh. Pretty. We have curly. I wish there was short hair options, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to be like... That's not gonna vibe with the time period. Oh my god, this is just Rumi. This is K-pop Demon Hunters. I feel like this is a boss bitch hairstyle. Let's have boss bitch hairstyle. Can I change the hair color? Or nah? Ah, this is it. Eyes. I can have homophobic eyes. No, we're not. At least let me have the eyes of my model. There we go. Firm. Switch outfit to match the illustration. Ooh, wait! Hold up! Oh my god! The clothes! The clothes! The clothes are... Oh my god! I'm doomed. I'm fucked. I can change... What do you mean I can change hairstyles? What do you mean I can change what I wear at night? Okay, so this is like our default dress? Oh shit, opulence. Beautiful. Ah shit, I'm gonna be here all day. I did not anticipate having to do this. How about this? I think this. I can have a crown? Oh, this is casual. Wait, this is casual. I shouldn't be... We're just going for casual. Then that's... No. Bit of that. Formal. I like this one. Jewelry. This one? Confirm. I can't go for fight. Switch outfit to match the illustration. At the start of the scene, will have an illustration. The game will automatically switch your... Yes! As we don't have to match one use in the illustration, as we don't have the means to make every variation. Automatically switch to your... You know what? That's fine. That's fine. This is a lot of work. The fact that we're getting that is already, good. Your Grace, Your Grace! A panicked voice resonated in my dream like an echo. A few moments before I understood that it came from somewhere else and woke up with a jolt, disoriented. The palpable feeling of urgency has immediately brought me back to my senses, but it still took me a few seconds to recognize the advisor's voice, as well as the room I was in. Alden, my name is Lydia de Terrinfell. What kind of name is Lydia de Terrinfell? Hold on, let's... Wait, I heard myself. I forgot to mute. There we go. Hold on. I'm not prepared. What's going on? Your Highness, I bring terrible news. Alden de Valbleu. Okay. I think we're kind of... Are we French? Are we not French? I don't know. I'm not European. I cannot tell. Your father was assassinated last night. Yippee! I win. I'm queen now. I was ready to hear just about anything. Managing crisis was an important part of royalty after all, and yet I was completely stunned by the news. My father was dead, at the hands of an assassin, just a few rooms away from me. All the implications from the revelation bounced through my head, drenched in doubt and fear concerning my own security and the future of the realm of Calidia. I beg your pardon, Highness, I was too late. Pulling myself out of my lethargy, I looked down on Alexander, who knelt next to my bed, his head bent low, as if the weight of his shame stopped him from getting up. Whatever went down, I knew he had nothing to be ashamed of. When I was just a child, I already admired his talents, and they grew steadfast with age and position of general. His presence here was a relief. I didn't know the assassin's full intentions, but even if they were after me, as long as Alexander was by my side, I didn't have anything to worry about. Don't put yourself down like this. You aren't responsible for what happened. We'll bring the regicide to justice. Are we? I'm queen now. Yuppie. Still mortified, Alexander stayed on his knees. I could see his fingers twitch a little. Proof he wasn't convinced. But he nodded his approval all the same, transported by the firmness of my voice. Ah shit, my voice ain't firm. Firm voice. um, hi. Yeah, I can't. It's wavy by default. As for me, now that I had said it out loud, I felt the information had settled in my mind and I finally accepted it as truth. Way too easily mourn about my dad's death? Fuck that. With a full understanding of the situation. My father, Magnus V, Emperor of Calidia, was dead. Or maybe his name is Magnus V and he is brothers with Gary V and Michael V. Many of many would have broken down after hearing such news, but for years now, I hadn't held an ounce of affection for him. His death was actually good news to me. Yippee! He's dead! Yippee! It marked the beginning of a new era. A better one, I hope. An era for which I've been preparing ever since I realized that this was my destiny. I was to succeed him. I was to become the Empress. But it wasn't yet time for celebration. Although I was the legitimate heir to the throne, I had plenty of detractors, and I still needed to figure out why the assassination had taken place. I had many questions about the killer's identity and motivations. I was lost in thought, and it took me a while to realize that Alden and Alexander were staring at me, worried. Yeah, because you're kind of fucking smiling. Yippee, my dad's dead. Yee. At least in my imagination, she is like, yippee! Someone murdered my dad. I don't have to do it by myself. Both had known me since my early childhood. They knew the enmity I felt for the Emperor, and I trusted them enough to set all pretenses aside. It was perhaps a bit inappropriate to rejoice over my future title while my father's dead corpse was still warm. You think? You think it's inappropriate? Same, bestie. After taking a deep breath, I threw off my covers and got up, eyeing them. Rejoice! Iwae! Oh, and after all, I was about to spend the next few days pretending to be a grieving orphan and crying my heart out. I could enjoy this moment for a while longer without faking my sadness. I know this might be unseemly, but you are both aware of what I felt for my father. I won't mourn his death. His face was like, what? I'm convinced that I'll be a far better ruler than him, and what matters right now is the kingdom's stability. My candor seemed to throw them off for a moment, but they recovered very quickly, vigorously nodding while I finished getting up to lend weight to my words. I'm counting on you to protect and serve me. This won't be an easy task, but I'm sure we can accomplish great things. This time, Alexander got up, putting his hand on his sheath in a dignified and military posture. At your service, Highness. May the four witness my oath. I solemnly swear that I will protect you until my dying breath. Emphatic, he bowed down before lifting his eyes up to me. I smiled and accepted blah blah blah. Despite my unkempt hair and my nightgown. Yeah, we just woke up. We ain't getting dressed. Marjorie, my tutor, often told me that everything about me showed nobility and I didn't need any props to act like an empress. Today I understood what she meant. Sure? Are you sure? Alright. Alden, however, didn't seem to share the general's fervor. Forgive me, your majesty, for tarnishing your enthusiasm, but there is a very delicate question that I have to ask. Have you had your father killed? Me? Me have my father killed? It's Storm, right? Storm is a self-made orphan. Why would you think I would have my father killed? That's so silly just because I jumped for joy after he died. Why would you think that? How dare you even suggest such a possibility? You're going too far, advisor. Come on, don't be offended. You said it yourself. You hated your father since the death of your brother. You've always held him responsible for it. And your father dies on the very day of your return to the past. Oh yeah, that is suspicious. Storm, Tony Stark, and Anakin. Oh yeah, you're right. He does look like Tony Stark. He looks more like Doctor Strange to me. I don't know. Maybe it's the Eye of Agamotto. Whatever your answer is, I'll accept. But I need to know. Fuck you! Don't ask me that! After I took a few deep inhales, I finally turned around to face him and give him my answer in a firm voice. The Eye of Agamula. That's right. On the one hand, my presence here isn't a coincidence. The Emperor celebrates, or rather, was about to celebrate, his birthday in 2 days. Half of the Empire's noblemen are here. It's undeniable that that the event presented the perfect opportunity to strike. The palace is swarming with unknown guards and servants. It's much harder to provide security in these circumstances. Exactly. On the other hand, your suspicions are an insult to my intelligence, advisor. After a regicide, the heir is always suspected. If I had really wanted to speed up fate, you better believe I would have been smarter about it. Marjorie taught me the rules of the game. I would never risk losing everything in such a foolish way. I know my ascension to the throne will already be difficult because I'm a woman. Are you doing a Fujo? What? No, what? No, it's... Wait, can I make them kiss? No, this is a resource management game. What? What if the resources are the two boys and I make them kiss? Oh wait, who the fuck is that person? I misspelled. What if the resources are the men and I make the men kiss? That's how I manage. Who the fuck is S? Third time's the charm. I swear. I'm struggling. There we go. I'll state it plainly if it can relieve your doubts, but listen closely because I will not repeat myself. No, I did not have my father assassinated. I might have though. My eyes strained on him. I crossed my arms, almost daring him to contradict me as I kept a lid on my fury. Alden seemed to gauge me for a moment, and then nodded in assent and apology, and he's just holding those scrolls right there. Please forgive me, Your Grace. As soon as possible, I'll alert the Master of Murmurs, and we'll launch an investigation to uncover the truth and bring justice to your father. Nah, you don't have to. He's dead. I would have preferred more vivid regrets, but under the circumstances, that was enough, and I felt my anger slowly fade away. I accept your apology. Let's never speak of this again. There are more urgent things to do. The news will, no doubt, make quite a commotion. You've asked us to swear allegiance to you. I assume you will try to claim your rightful place as heir, Your Grace? Yep. Please, enjoy your... No, I'm not gonna make the men kiss. I don't think... I can make the women kiss. I think it's the type of game where I can actually kiss the women and the men. Do I always want to be Empress, or do I... Yeah, we're playing this bitch. I nodded vigorously and didn't skip a beat before answering. Yes. My father doesn't have a direct heir. I doubt the court will accept his bastards, and he still hasn't remarried since my brother's death. I've been preparing for this role for a long time. Today simply came earlier than I planned. There are many things I didn't agree with my father ruled. Only time will tell, but I think I'll be a good empress. I think. Who's the one playing this? Me. Oh my god, look at our map. We're here. I guess Astra Rock, Belidor, these are other noble houses? My people skills are okay, my noble skills are okay, my influence is massive. Everything else is eh. Like you said, our country needs stability. We can't get away with a weak-willed monarch on the throne. Suck up! I'm sure you'll be a wonderful empress, Lydia. Suck up! He's sucking up already. His words were barely a whisper, but I was sure of what I heard, and I felt my cheeks redden a little. He seemed embarrassed by his own boldness and blushed. My dad's corpse is still warm. He is in the next room bleeding out. It's been a year since I last heard him call me by my name. Even if I had no doubts about my own abilities, it was always refreshing to see the trust he gave me. I cleared my throat and regained my composure so I could give my orders. This would be a long night. Who else knows about the assassination for now? Alexander seemed surprised by my question and frowned a bit while searching his mind. Yeah, Alexander, this is not the time to be sweet. My father's corpse is right there. He could probably still be saved, to be honest. We just don't give a fuck. We're just waiting for him to die. When I found the body, I immediately went to warn the advisor, and both of us rushed to see you. The only ones who knew about it are the guards who were patrolling with me and your father's personal maid who was passing by. We knew it would be bad to attract attention, so I had her discreetly sent to the dungeon for interrogation. How about the guards who were stationed before my father's door? Both are dead. I also had their corpses taken to the dungeon. You like taking things to the dungeon. The dungeon for examination. I paced the room, lost deep in thought. Alexander's solution to everything is take them to the dungeon. You've done well. Now we have to keep it all a secret. It's imperative that no one else hears about it. Alden, what did you do? Why are you shocked? Did you already tell everyone? Your Grace. Won't be an easy secret to keep. Obviously. We won't be able to do that forever. I only need a few days, so I can stay ahead of my detractors. Alden looked thoughtful for a few moments, then he nodded. I see. So we want to act before everyone else, which should give you the upper hand. Exactly. Very smart, is it? I have no doubt that some people would want to take advantage of the situation. I mean, I guess the internet is not a thing, so it's not like word can spread that quickly. And they're not Filipino. If they're Filipino, this shit over here, the king dying. Nah, someone would have squealed immediately and then it'll be all over the village, like, in 5 hours. Tops. It's a conspiracy theory at this point. Like a mass. It's chismes. It's juicy chismes. Even if you are unquestionably the rightful heir, your place will be fought over. But if you don't give them time to react, that could make things a great deal easier. That's what I was thinking too. I'd love it if the situation were more straightforward, but this is a little white lie. Is it though? And the alternative is the chaos of a wildly disputed succession. Alden nodded and I continued developing the rest of my plan. In the meantime, pretend that His Majesty is not feeling well. Yeah, he's not feeling well. He's dead. He has a dagger on his throat or something. And investigate discreetly. I see. I'll order my men to stay silent. I'll also ensure that they haven't said a word so far. About that. Might be wiser to ensure that they can't talk at all. Excuse me? How many people need to die tonight? Low-grade staff is known for its gossiping, even the guards. My men are trustworthy. They would never disobey. Would you be willing to bet on that? If it could jeopardize the plans of your new empress, to whom you have only just sworn allegiance? And that maid. Can you also guarantee she'll keep quiet? Ah, no shit. That maid has... Even before you sent her to the dungeon, that news has spread. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone knows. All of China knows. His teeth clenched, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Alexander shook his head. The weight of Alden's words also fell heavily on my shoulders. Yeah, no. That news has spread. Everyone knows now. Okay. Alden's like, will you kill the men? Let's not. We... Oh, it's cost. Okay, so we can have them killed. It will cost like 2 military points. We'll pretend this is the resource management. Okay, I have 10 military. I have 20. I have diplomacy. I have a lot of diplomacy. And then money. So we can have them killed, use up 2 military points. We'll pretend they were collateral damage of the assassin. We can ensure their loyalty by promising them a much better position once I'm crowned. Even if they're tempted to talk about what happened, this should be good enough motivation to ensure their allegiance. Is it though? When you explain to them they mustn't say a word, give them a few coins and promise them more once the secret has been revealed. And in the once the secret has been revealed, they can reveal it by themselves now. And in the meantime, send them on a vacation far away from here. Ah, so the same thing we do to like actresses who get pregnant. They're like, oh, they're just vacationing in Europe. They're just vacationing in Europe. They're not having an illegal abortion in another country. Oh, by the way, abortion is illegal in the Philippines. It sucks. It sucks. I saw Alexander sigh in relief and imperceptibly loosen up. Alden, however, shrugged and bowed to me. That could work. Yes. Time will tell. I have faith. Besides, if I'm right, I'll be surrounded by trustworthy people, which is always useful. Sure. Humans are unpredictable in nature. It was a bet. All of those were a bet except for the murder. But the murder, well, it's a little too early in our reign to start with murder. It's too early. Can I count on you, Alexander? Straightened into a military stance and immediately bowed. Of course, Your Grace. I will do my best to convince them. You've made the right decision. Without further ado, he bowed once more and left the room with a heavy step. Alden also leaves. I must at least inform the Master of Murmurs of the situation so that we may launch an investigation. Once that's done, I'll come to you to plan the rest of your ascent. Yippee! My dad is dead! Weepy! See, we're smiling. Yappy! Did we kill him? I was the Empress. Yeah, but did we kill him? Was it us? Did we do it? Did we do it? Did we? Did we? Now the rush of adrenaline of the news has passed. Okay, this feels a little too modern from... Can I change my clothes? This feels weird. This feels too modern. The neck jewelry feels a little... Yeah, I'm gonna change my clothes. Hi. Fashion. It changes! Amazing. I was gambling my future along with Callidius, and that was a big deal. I had spent the past few hours readying myself and refining the details of my plan to appease my latent nervousness as best as I could. But, yeah, that won't help. That won't help. But that didn't help me shake off my main preoccupation, the servants. Like Alden had said, I had made a risky decision. I had been torturing myself for hours, wondering if it was worth it. I was restless when I heard a knock and leapt to the door, opening it for Alden and letting him in. There, Your Grace. You have followed your orders. I have opened the Eye of Agamotto. Excuse me? Oh, that's a nice chin, Mr. Master of Murmurs. His role inside the palace was vital, but since I was a child, I'd been terrified of his hidden face and the mysterious aura that surrounds him. I bet he's hot. I bet he's hot. He's aight. He's aight, I guess. Nevertheless, my discomfort turned into amazement when I saw him remove his hood, as if it were nothing, and then turned to... Yeah, it was nothing, it's just a hood, baby girl. My brain had pictured the worst for years, and it was very unsettling to finally be able to put a face to that man. I realized he wasn't as monstrous as he had imagined. Yeah, he just has short hair and a scar. That's fine. Hi, Madama. Look at this man. He is the master of spies. We didn't kill our father, allegedly, but our dad is dead. We are now Empress. Yuppie. In fact, I was so shocked that it made me forget the reason for my visitor's presence, which seemed to greatly amuse the Master of Murmurs. Is there a problem, Your Grace? Oh, it's just... I didn't know you could show your face. Yeah, he's the messy hair grungy man who was just wearing a hood a few seconds ago, like for his entire life. And then we saw his face and we were like, what? Do you have a face? What? You have facial expression? To be honest, I do what I want, but in principle, I only remove my hood in the presence of my sovereign and their close collaborators. Though I like to entertain the mystery and anonymity that comes with the job, It would be far too dangerous for me to never to reveal my face. Some people might use that to usurp my identity. You know what? Smart, smart. I see. Though it was disconcerting, it was also rather reassuring to see that a man as important as the Master of Murmurs already acknowledged me as his sovereign. You know, my dad just died last night. We discovered his corpse. We jumped on the bed or something. I don't know. We were so happy. We were so fucking happy. Alden cleared his throat to recall me to the duty. Stop hitting on the Master of Murmurs. Whoa, you guys are too close already. To keep myself from staring at the Master Spy, I faced the advisor and fully focused on. Did everything go well? My anxiety must have been conspicuous, even if I was doing my best to put on a confident expression. The servants seemed convinced by your offer. They left the palace without complaining, so I suppose we can count that as a win. Despite all that, it's still a bit early to be sure of anything. I'll give the Master of Murmurs and Alexander the task of keeping a close eye on the situation and murder anyone who squeals. That's Alden's MO right there. If they squeal, we kill. Alden, Master Advisor 2025. We'll know more tomorrow, but for the time being, there's nothing more to report. I lifted my eyes to meet my advisors and flashed Alden a reassuring smile. We'll be fine. My dad's just dead and I'm happy. Yeah, everything's fine. Clearly, he read my emotions better than I had thought, and I couldn't allow myself to visibly waver at such a critical time. Wait, hold on. I forgot to check who the dateable characters are in this visual novel. Is the Master of Spies one of them? Oh, it's not. It's our general. You know, Alexander? The guy who went like, Your Majesty, I'll always be by your side. Like, in front of my dad's corpse? Aight, buddy. We have Asha. She's the ambassador of a neighboring kingdom. And we have Theodore, an heir to a neighboring kingdom. Aight. Those are our romantic choices. Bring the high priest to the council room. I need him to contact the Quadrator. What the fuck is the Quadrator? Robert is a pious man. Are you sure it's a good idea to confide in him? Everyone likes to think that the devout never lie, but one doesn't obtain a place like his without cheating a little. I admit that the idea of lying to him came to me for a fleeting moment. But to fool him would be a complex task, and I'll be needing his support when the time comes. The people put great stock in men of faith. Yes, that's right, let's control the religion. Very well, Your Majesty. Will that be all? Yes, thank you. Send in the priest, and if he's hot... Oh my god, he is kinda hot. Yeah, no, that... I'm okay with this. You summoned me, Your Grace? Theodore, though. Right. Unfortunately not dateable, but Theodore, though. Wait, Imperial Grace devs, will Theodore be dateable? Oh, right, Theodore. Oh, yeah, Theodore. Yeah, you saw Theodore? Yeah. He hates your family and the court? I can change that. I can change him. I can change that stinky-looking man. I gestured for him to sit down while I settled behind my father's imposing desk. Like I had predicted, my behavior made him lift a curious brow, and I pretended not to notice it. I won't beat around the bush. My father, the Emperor, died during the night. I mean, it's only been a night, so yeah, he doesn't know. What? But how? And why am I learning about it now? I need to pray for his soul. You don't have to, Bosh. Don't pray for my dad. He was murdered. For the time being, we're keeping his death a secret so we can investigate without causing any sort of panic. It was the Master of Murmur's idea. He's convinced he'll be able to find the assassin more easily this way. Right? I'm gonna pretend to be sad. Oh, Dad's dead. I'm so sad. It's truly a tragic situation. Keeping quiet and hiding my mourning is a very hard task for me. Liar. We were so happy yesterday. I know it's a lot to ask of you, but You need to keep this a secret. I want to do everything in my power to uncover the murderer, especially since I'm scared he could come after me. Once more, I was quite proud. Fucking liar, I love her. Proud of the quivers in my voice, and my acting seemed to be effective since I saw a spark of compassion light up in his eyes. We are lying to a priest. Let's go. I understand now why the general was guarding your door like a common soldier. Nah, he's just my simp. He would do that. He's my simp. With a close expression on my face, I nodded, searching for the right words. The first and main reason I've summoned you here is so that I could confide in you and ask you to pray for my departed father's soul. But of course, Your Majesty. I lock myself up in the great temple and dedicate myself to the task. My face still sad. I gave him a tight, grateful smile, but inside felt relieved. His prayer should keep him busy enough that he wouldn't be tempted to reveal everything. We are manipulative, bitch. I'm fine with this. Now I could move on to the true reason of his presence here. But before that, this saddens me, but I have another favor to ask of you. Of course, Your Grace. What is it? Well, Alden and I are afraid that all the upstarts across the kingdom will rush to the castle and try to usurp the throne as soon as my father's death is made public. In their greed, many forget that my line sits on the throne by the grace of the Four. So, I'd like to send a letter to the Quadrator and have him support my coronation, as well as reaffirm my legitimacy. Smart. Once more he stayed silent, and I tried to hide my worry behind a veil of sadness. I hated that my plans depended on a single person, but I didn't have a choice. Only rulers and high priests could hope to quickly reach the ultimate leader of the cardinals, and I technically wasn't empress yet. I understand, yes. You're Magnus V's, Magnus V's, Michael V's only legitimate child. The throne should be yours. That said, I don't know if the Quadrator will approve of your advent. Perhaps if you were married. That's sexist! Your candidacy would seem less inappropriate. I felt my body tense up at his words, and it took all I had to conceal how irritated I am by this reminder. I knew I would be told such things. I'd mentally prepared myself for it, but obviously it hadn't been enough. It is an issue, yes, and I will do my best to find a fitting husband quickly. You will agree that I cannot entrust the throne of Calidia to just anyone. I've had plenty of suitors, but I need some time to study each and every one of them. That's not something that can be done in just a couple of days or even weeks. In the meantime, we do need someone to lead the country and make sure it doesn't sink into chaos. And if a regent were to be appointed, I'm afraid he might refuse to give the throne back to me and my husband, which would lead the whole country into a bloodbath. No one wants to see another era of murderous plots like during Magnus III's time. You're right, Your Grace. We cannot let such a tragedy befall us. I'll go write a letter to the Quadrator right away to express support for your coronation and explain our situation. Thank you for your support, High Priest Robert. Oh my god, he's a bitch. He's a Robert. He's got a tiny little peen. It means a lot to me. Swiftly, I opened one of the desk drawers and pulled out a thin, sealed letter. While I was waiting for you, I humbly wrote a few words destined for the Quadrator. We've never met, and I hope this would help him get to know me a little, as well as reassure him of my faith in the Four. I was thinking that perhaps you would be so kind as to add it to your correspondence. Once more, he seemed to be caught off guard, but he smiled instantly and enthusiastically. Of course, Your Majesty. It's a great idea. Relieved, I give him the letter in question, while thanking him once more for his support and his help in these unprecedented times. I only hoped he didn't have the audacity to break the seal, because even if it did contain a few cliches on my virtues, the letter mostly had promises that could actually motivate the Quadrator? Are we manipulating him? Aight. We could bribe him. We could bribe the High Priest. Or blackmail him. Our choices are bribery or blackmail. Wait, let me check my resources. I'm pretty sure I still have enough to blackmail the priest. Money, yeah, we also have money, but like influence, we have a fuck ton. I'm blackmailing the priest. Indeed, I had discovered that he was responsible of a debt. A woman who worked in the Meridian's great temple. I would have liked something a little more concrete because, from what I've been told, even if he was directly responsible, through negligence, it wasn't a plot that would make the crowds go wild. Only the fact that she was a woman of faith played in my favor and explained why they had wanted to conceal the incident in the first place. At least, I'd gathered enough details to make him believe I was an exceedingly well-informed person. I was certain that the desire to preserve his reputation, along with the proof of my knowledge, would be enough to convince him. To play with a man as powerful as the Quadrator, and I wasn't talking about his possible connection to the gods, but his actual worldly power, was a risky move. But it was all worth it. The dice has been cast. I could only hope for things to go well and to prepare the field for my conquest of the Calidian nobility. Let's go! Day 1 of being Empress. Blackmail the priest. I love being queen. Despite my desire to act, for the time being I could not do anything but wait for the Quadrator's answer. Even if the letter had left in the very morning, Meridian was far away, and I couldn't hope for an answer for at least 3 days. I had to chomp at the bit and act naive. Oh no, I'm so sad. My dad, he's dead. Oh. My first thought was to mingle with the court so I could clear my head, but then, pretending that nothing was up and feeding rumors to justify my father's absence was more frustrating than doing nothing. Even Marjorie's presence irritated me. Despite her advanced age, as soon as she turned her inquisitive eyes towards me, I had the impression she managed to perceive the truth. Yeah, it's because she's old. Old ladies just know shit, okay? They just know. That's just how old ladies be. They know things. Wait, where are we? So I had taken refuge in the library, hoping to read a little. Yep. You know it's a visual novel because they're like, I'm gonna make the protagonist like reading. So that the player would be like, oh my god, she likes reading? Just like me, for real, it's working, by the way. Asking myself again and again if I had done the right thing. What the Master of Murmurs? How you doing? Your Grace, we have an urgent problem on our hands. The preamble wasn't enough to make me abandon my boring reading, and I put down my book, ensuring there weren't any indiscreet ears in the library before I invited him to continue. He also made sure no one else was around. He pulled back his hood and resumed his explanations. Guys, can this be Epi and VTM? Can you just like, I removed my hood. Here's the chica, baby girl. Anyway, as you've known, I've asked to keep an eye on 3 people aware of your father's death. However, barely 24 hours have passed, and I've been told that the maid immediately went to a noble, the Baron Thorburn of Levios, instead of leaving town. I conducted an investigation and I'm almost positive the two are in a relationship. I've interrogated her colleagues to confirm she's had a rich benefactor for a few months already, and everything hints at his name. I didn't really care about my servant's romantic endeavors, but I wanted to know where he was going with this. Are you afraid she'll speak? Yes, and I'm afraid the Baron will want to use that information to glean more power. Is he trying to blackmail us? No, we haven't had nothing of that sort. But tonight he's holding a party to which half of the nobles currently in the capital are invited. That cannot be a coincidence. No event justifies for such a party to be improvised. It's improper. I admit, this situation is very odd. But do we have proof? Unfortunately, no, Majesty, only suspicions. I took in a few deep breaths while I pondered the situation and calculated the risks. If these allegations happen to be true, I would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not only would my plan to gain time fail utterly, but everyone would know of my deception. Oh no! Deception. Hold on, let me text the vet. Uh, Moreover, if she didn't speak, now that I know the maid's allegiance, I wasn't sure it was a good idea to give her a better position down the line. It would give her more opportunities to spy on me for the Baron. What are our options? There aren't many, Majesty. Either we do nothing and wait and see what happens while preparing to counteract past possible rumors, or we have them both assassinated. I'd sure. Why is the answer always assassination with you guys? Can we give peace a chance? I have like 10 points in military. I don't think I can assassinate everyone with 10 points in military. That was most definitely the best way to stop someone from talking. We've already talked about this on night 0. We are not murdering anyone unless we really, really have to. Right? Like, what are we gonna do once, like, his family asks, oh no, what happened to our dad? Long vacation? Would allying with myself with the Baron be possible? It is true that this information will give him power, but not as much as having an empress owe him a favor. I think that could work, but do you really want to start your rule indebted to such an ambitious man? It was indeed a risk. I could always double-cross him once the danger had passed, but that would undeniably have after effects. Do we have any idea of what he wants? I'd like to know what I'm getting myself into. If I had a few days, I'd be able to tell you, but I can't answer you in time for the party. When one plays, one must expect to lose. I am ready to accept the consequences of my actions. Or I despise not having to resort to the solution, but the servant hasn't been trustworthy. I don't have much of a choice. Murder. What matters is to solve this issue. If the Baron demands that he is owed after all is said and done, might behave reasonably, which would make the start of a fruitful alliance. We wouldn't know until we try, and we at least have to attempt to reason with him. Yeah, but this would show that we know that he knows that my dad is dead. And, I have resources. I have resources that I have to save. How much is our diplomacy? We have 15. I still have diplomacy to use. I feel like it's too early. The Master of Murmurs is right. We don't want to be indebted to this man. We don't want to be indebted to this man this early on. An audacious choice, I must admit. I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be the kind of woman who'd put her fate in the hands of the poor. But if this is what you want, so be it. I will inform Alden of your decision. I hope this is right. Yes, he's most qualified for this kind of speech. He needs to be prepared to defend us against rumors if your suspicions prove correct. I will let you know once I have more news. I will send a spy there, which should allow us to stay ahead of our detractors by a few hours. Thank you, I'm counting on you. Goodbye. Goodbye, handsome. Bye, sweet cheeks. Bye, baby boy. What the fuck are you doing in my room? Your Grace. Oh, I'm gonna die? I saw a Oh man, the Steam achievement just spoiled me. The court is incensed, outraged that we've hidden the truth from them. That Robert was kept in the loop should play in our favor, but I won't lie, the situation is quite complex. Alden is making a speech for tomorrow. The next days are gonna be crucial. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. The Steam achievement said we're gonna die. Yep. We died. Aight. Good game, we died. Okay. Go back to the previous choice. Fine, we'll do diplomacy. Well, let's let Alden handle this. It was already late when Alden knocked on my door to inform me of the evolution of the situation. I was convinced a man like the Baron would be in favor of some arrangement. There were so many things that could go wrong. Your Grace, I've spoken to the Baron of Levayoy. Levayoy? Damn it if I know. Who turned out to be quite stingy with his information. My greatest shame, I'm unable to tell you what he knows exactly. He remained very vague on the subject, but he clearly hinted at having information that could harm me. I did as you wished and suggested that if he supports your ascension to the throne, he'll have your eternal gratitude. He accepted in principle, but he seemed to doubt that you intend to uphold your side of the bargain. He's asking for a guarantee. A guarantee? Alden nodded with a sigh. He wants a document written and signed by your hand to make this alliance official. I couldn't blame him for doubting my honor. After all, I had considered breaking my promise if the price to pay for upholding it was too high. Yep, we were planning to double-cross him. But what he asked me was impossible. I can't do that. That would mean admitting to my schemes. At the moment, all he's got is the word of a servant, and no proof that I am directly involved. I won't hand it to him in a silver platter. I wholeheartedly agree with you, but those are his terms. Exasperated, I took a deep breath before grabbing a sheet of paper and some ink from my desk. I'll write him a letter, in which I declare that I owe him a favor for services rendered, without giving any details. This should be enough to prove my goodwill, and if that doesn't suit him, it means deep down he never wanted to commit to this arrangement in the first place. We won't have any choice but to use your methods. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll bring it to... We should have just murdered the man. I regret doing diplomacy. Murder was the right action. God damn it. Why am I such a bleeding heart? I should have just committed murder. Gave an amused laugh. Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Majesty. This has often been my exact role. What is the exact role? I'm sorry to use you as a courier. Yeah, no, that's the role of the advisor right there. Like, if you don't want the king himself to send a message, you send the advisor. I fell asleep at our desk. So, Alden, how did it go? It seemed he had spent hours on the task, which was rather worrisome, but he had come back without the letter I had written. He accepted his compromise. For the time being, he doesn't want anything in particular, but I trust him to let us know when he's ready to claim his favor. Oh God, we owe the man a boon. Fucking shit, I hate boon. And the party? It must be in full swing at this time of night. I don't know if his main goal was to harm you, but in any case, he had an excuse ready. He announced his engagement to a noble from Vargas, Dame Lilia of Valento. Oh, so what about our maid then? What about the maid that he's having an affair with? He's too timing. I nodded with a sigh. I didn't know when this would all come back to bite me again, but at least the situation was under control. Thank you for your help, Alden. My pleasure, Your Grace. We'll continue to keep a close eye on him, but you can relax for now. Smiling, I nodded, aware that I was in dire need of sleep after so many strong emotions. Day 10 morning. Also, 2 days have passed. Oh, Your Grace, this is a little premature, but should you become Empress, you would need to manage the kingdom's policies. Teach me. As you already know, the kingdom's policies influence your subjects, noble or otherwise, view you. How? Okay. And what resources will be available to us? You can set tax rates for the people in the nobility. The higher they are, the less happy the people will be, the faster the coffers will fill up. But there are many other things, much more subtle. For example, you can decide how to open trade or how open to trade our borders should be, or which sectors of the economy we'd like to focus on. We must also consider how to protect ourselves from our neighbors, especially bearing in mind Vargas's war. Oh shit. Ah, shit. The Baron's marrying a warlord. Ah, shit. Oh, God. He is so ready to fuck us over. He's so ready. And finally, we'll have to manage the priests. Their influence on the people is immense, and they have infrastructure all over the nation. Offerings made to them are never wasted. We'll set up regular periods at a time in which we will collect earnings, but there will be a short delay before the consequences of any changes you can make can be seen. The story alternates with phases of gameplay, which are triggered by between two scenes. During these phases, you will be able to, among other things, modify your kingdom's general policies. Gains will be distributed at the end of the... Oh my god, yes, management sim! I love management sims! Is that clear now? Not really, but we're gonna find out. I love management sims. That's true, but the best way to approach a subject is in a more concrete manner is to look into it yourself. Even if I'll only be doing this work after my coronation, may I try my hand at it now? I mean, no one else is ruling. We should be able to do this, right? I'm sure there are things that I'd like to change in my father's policies. Taxes. Moderate, the people will understand. The people will hate us. I don't want the people to hate us. Offerings. You will help finance a good part of the temple. Academies. Academies is good. The people will hate us. People who love us will lose money. Trade. Diplomacy. Get that money. Money? Money? Happy Monday. It's still Monday. It's also Monday here. Oh my god, I'm streaming on the right. I'm streaming on the right day. Yuppie. Economy. Your economy will be focused on the exploitation of raw resources. I want farming. What does crafts do? It's good for the nobility, except for... I want farming. Army. Fuck, I'm poor. Maintain. Let's maintain our current army for now. Let's go for cordial diplomacy. Trade. Let's go for free trade. We're already like +3 goods, -2 goods, so that's +1 goods. Plus our people are happy, plus the nobility are happy. We're getting 3 money, we're losing 2. Okay, I'm matting this. We are earning 5 money. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're earning 1 money and 1 goods. Good. We're good with the people. We're good with the nobility. We're okay with the army and our influences. Yeah, I think this is okay. I think this is like equal in, equal out, more or less. We earn, but we earn in tiny implements. But hi, Franco. I'm matting. I'm girl matting this. That sounds most excellent to me. I can shit on your plans and we would still, you know. See, it's all pluses. Dawn had barely risen when I heard a kerfluffle at the door, and I immediately recognized Robert's voice. I got up with a groan and quickly slipped on a dress, trying to make myself presentable before opening the door. High Priest, what's going on? Oh wait, I'm supposed to be neutral. High Priest, what's going on? Was that more neutral? Also, I forgot to save the Quadrator. He answered, Your Majesty. Nervous, he handed me two letters bearing the recognizable seal of His Holiness. Your name is written on them. I didn't dare open them, Your Highness. All right, let's open. One seemed official while the other was explicitly for my eyes only. I would have liked to be alone when reading them both, but clearly it had taken Robert all he had not to break the fucking priests. All right, let's open the letter. Lady Lydia of Terinfel, daughter of Magnus the Fifth of Terinfel, the Fierce. The Fierce? Lay Queen, Emperor of Calidia. The four have spoken and has recognized you as a legitimate heir to the crown of Calidia by virtue of your blood and despite your gender. Whoa! Sexism. By this decree, I convey the word of the gods. May your governance be respected by all, the just and the pious. May your rule prosper and never stray from the four's faith. Werner. Werner? Vemer? I can't read shit. Quadrator by the grace of the four. I was shaking so hard I felt my legs give in, and I had to sit on my bed so I didn't fall over. I had done everything in my power to make this moment happen, but now that it was upon me, I was engulfed by all the emotion that I had accumulated in the past week, including, Yippee! My dad is dead, yippee! Robert seemed to understand me and he bowed to leave me for a few long seconds so I could take in the Quadrator's words. Finally, he spoke up. That's marvelous, Your Majesty. I knew the four would acknowledge your legitimacy. Almost timidly, I nodded and tried to recover my usual composure. With the Quadrator's support, my coronation was sure to happen, but that didn't mean I was rid of enemies or other contenders. I couldn't let my guard down just yet. Yes, the time has come for everyone to know the truth. Gather the nobles in the castle at dawn and prepare the pigeons. We can't wait any longer. The secret of your father's death couldn't have been kept indefinitely in any case. It was true that his absence had been going on for a while. It's only been 3 days. And possible illness worried people just as much as possible death. It was we have no idea how our father died, but Lydia, our character, probably does. We, the player, we don't know that. I'll be there. I need to finish getting ready. Of course, Your Majesty, I'll have the bells rung, but at such an early time? I don't suppose we can gather everyone in less than an hour. Alright, let's go. Have we considered reading the other letter, though? Let's open the other letter. Lady Lydia of Terinfel, be aware that your threats cannot shake the faith that believers have in me. Only my wish to preserve them from potentially bloody conflicts has guided my decision not to be offended by your contemptible lies and to support you despite them. Keep in mind, nonetheless, that I don't appreciate these methods and you have made yourself a dangerous enemy. Lady Lydia. Ah shit, we should have bribed him with money. One cannot defy the four with impunity. Why is it called diplomacy or diplomacy is shit? Well, I got up with a sigh and held the parchment over a candle long enough for it to catch fire before throwing it into the cold fireplace. We don't give a shit anymore. We're queen! I had expected a reaction of that sort. I just preferred not to leave behind more traces of my methods than necessary. Needless to say, I didn't regret the thing. Even if he acted unconcerned, I fully believed that my threats had helped sway him. Now it was the court I had to sway, and I knew this wasn't going to be an easy task. Okay, it's day 18. We started at day 8 was when our dad died, so it's been 10 days. Make sure not to overexert yourself, Lady Lydia. Okay, who's this? Oh, Margie. Madame! Nice. She aged fucking gracefully. This is the woman who you're like, Oh, she's old, and I'm surprised that she understands. Like, nothing gets past her. Yeah, that is a woman who is in control. What do you mean, Lydia? Contrary to what she seemed to suggest, I wasn't here for pleasure. I was overwhelmed. Invitations, solicitations, promises. I'd spent the last 3 days flattering Calidian nobility to ensure that nothing would interfere with the coronation in 3 weeks' time, and I still had a lot to do. Oh, perhaps you can fool everyone else. But I know you're far from being an old lady, Marjorie. My reply made her laugh. A horse and joy sounded. I lied what I just said. Oh, I still have the same quick wit when I was 20. But I'm afraid my whining bones disagree with you, sweetheart. Come on, don't be cruel. You've already broke my poor heart when you didn't let me in on the secret. I put my quill down and sighed and closed the inkwell, hoping its contents would not dry out. She had taught me many things, and even if I had grown stronger than her in a few areas, it was obvious that she still used guilt like no one else. Queen shit. Gaslight girl boss. She almost made me feel bad for hiding my father's death from her. You know full well I didn't have a choice. That information had to be disclosed to as few people as possible. I know, sweetheart, but I would have liked to be there for you. These past few days mustn't have been easy. No, they weren't indeed. He's gaining control. As promised, I quietly walked by Marjorie's side through the garden. But we couldn't take one step before some servant or noble offered me their condolences. I'm so tired of pretending to be sad. I know your father was a flawed man. Do you have a son by my father? Is that it? I looked at her intrigued. There was so much contempt in her voice when she spoke of his flaws that she obviously knew something about him. Something I probably didn't. He has an heir, he has a male heir. He's going after us, he's gonna go try to slit our throat. But hear me out, what if we marry him? No? Okay. I've read too much Game of Thrones. But no matter what anyone says, he was your family. Your blood. You shouldn't hate him like that. It's not healthy. Especially now that he's dead. I sensed from her tone that I'd get nothing more from her, at least not today, and I didn't insist, draping myself once again in my indignity. No, that's too easy. You can't just die and expect that all your mistakes would be forgiven. It's not as if he chose to die. And so? It doesn't change anything. She sighed, and I decided to change subjects. But since we're speaking of forgiveness, I need your help. Suspicious, she frowned, although she kept walking calmly between the flower beds. I would like it if you gave me Fire Castle. That old dilapidated fortress, what for? Pretending to admire some insects that were flying around the planters, I hesitated for a second. Okay, where is... Give me the map. Fire Castle is... Oh, it's here. That gives us access to this area. Alright, let's go back. My influence is still good. My religion is good. The people love me. I need to buy the fortress to buy the Faram's loyalty, but Marjorie held a deep hatred for them. I didn't like lying to her, but I couldn't run the risk that she's refused my request. We're gonna tell her the truth. Tell her the truth. Let's save scum. I need it, so I'm going to give it back to the Faram. You wanted to give it back to those vile traitors? Do you know how many men died storming it? Do you know what this fortress cost me? I knew she would react this way. Even though the war had ended about 20 years ago, she still bore painful memories of it. Yes, I know all that. But it all took place before my birth. Wait, we're 19? or younger? Holy shit, we can. Our prefrontal cortex is shit. All right, we're ruling teenagers. It's time we move forward and reconcile with the Faram. At least lest we repeat the mistakes of the past. I don't want another Faram revolt under my rule. I need their support for my coronation, and to obtain that, I need Fear Castle. You know just as well as I do that it's only a ruin now, an old pile of rubble left on steep and barren land. It's nothing more than a symbol. My old aunt grumbled for a few minutes, and she was forced to concede my point, even if it cost her. Do what you want, but believe me, once you become Empress, I'll call in the favor. So we have favor from her and from Robert. Marjorie and Robert. Oh my god, those are names of people you don't want to owe favors to. Paking bitches, Robert. And Marjorie, which is such a tita name. Thank you, Marjorie. I knew I could count on you. Knowing the affection Marjorie held for me, I knew I'd end up convincing her, but as I had a meeting with the Param Heir in 4 days, I didn't have a lot of room for errors. With one less issue weighing on my heart, I continued my walk with a bounce in my step, forgetting for a few... Baby girl, are we sure we should be walking happily when, our dad just died? We should still be pretending to be sad. At least pretend. Please. Anyway, she's like a teenager, so I guess this... Hey, yo! I'm selling my soul to the Faram. The Faram can get it. Are you the Faram? Are you? Oh yes, Theodore, heir of the Faram Duchy. Let's go. Duchy. It was my first time ever meeting Theodore of Faram. I had heard him described as a cold and distant man, but I still didn't expect him to be so glacial. Hot. I can fix him. I waited for him to deign reply to my greeting as courtesy demanded, but the silence between us was deafening. He only stood there, staring at me, impassive, without even so much as a good morning or a nice to meet you, while I had to keep smiling not to lose face. Ah, shit, I love him. He's such a little shit. Yes, spit on the face of authority, Theodore de Faram. I had better things to do than engage in a staring contest. Consequently, I swallowed my pride and gestured one of the chairs around the staff table, where a large map of Calidia had been laid out. I imagine you must be tired after such a long trip. Please, sit down. I thought he was going to stay standing there, but he did finally sit down without another word while I took a seat not too far from him. Like I said in my letter, I'd like for the Terranfell and for the Faram to reconcile. The tensions between our two families have lasted long enough, and I imagine your sudden desire to make peace has nothing to do with your upcoming coronation. The Montiliet are eating out of your hand, but the Voildor will never support you, which means you very much need us. Ah! I love him! He knows the game! Coming as he was from a lineage with somewhat barbaric reputation, he had done a very clever... Whoa! Let's not be racist towards this man. We need his help. But I didn't let that stop me. Very much need is a bit strong. Should I remind you that I have the support of the Order and by extension the Four? The people will follow me. That said, I do wish for my coronation to go as smoothly as possible, and the rest of my rule as well. I'd like to avoid bloodshed altogether if possible, and I fear that the ancestral enmity between our two families might lead us to just that. Neither you nor I were born when the Faram revolt took place. It's up to us to decide if we want to perpetuate this cycle of conflict, or if we want to build something new. Teenagers deciding the fate of a nation, yeah! It's easy for you to forget. You're on the side of the victors. – You haven't been rehashing your resentment for 20 years. Precisely. Wouldn't it be easier for you to forget as well? Ah, wrong words. Wrong words. And that's not what you tell people like this. Especially if it's been haunting you for that long. Beep, beep. Insensitive. Even if we were inclined to consider your offer of a reconciliation, how could we trust you? I won't give you a history lesson, but that revolt didn't happen for nothing. He was following me exactly where I was leading, and it took some effort to repress a smile and keep a businesslike countenance. Baby girl, you just insulted his lineage. What do you mean? This was my plan all along. Firstly, I'm not the same person as my father and my grandfather. It's unfair to distrust me. You're so naive. It's unfair to distrust me as the result of your actions. And secondly, I'm ready to make a gesture of goodwill. If the Faram are ready to make one as well. I'm listening. If you openly support my ascent to the throne, I'm ready to return to your family the Fear Castle Citadel and the lands that go with it. You mean that shitty plot of land? That we all admitted was shitty? This time I savored a true surprise in his eyes when I handed him the deed. I had taken the time to prepare. As you know, it was confiscated after the revolt, since its located at a strategic crossover between Terrinfell and Montiliet. I thought it would be a strong gesture to return it to you, but also quite a symbol of trust. There's no doubt that my family would appreciate the gesture, but it's not gonna erase decades worth of trauma. It's not as effective as you think it is. But as for me, it only makes me see that you're one of those politicians ready to use every dirty trick in the book if it will give you what you want. I had been warned that you're the rightful heir of that snake who used to lead the Montiliet. But now I'm seeing it with my very own eyes. See, there we go. So yes, indeed, we will accept your offer and support your coronation because, unlike you, we stick to our word. But you should know you're not fooling me. I'll remain at the palace to make sure you don't stab us in the back as soon as you've achieved your goals. In the end, his analysis of the situation, or indeed my character, wasn't as clever as I had thought. I was ambitious, there was no denying that. I wasn't shy about it either, but my desire to make peace was just as sincere. He doesn't know that. He has been living in trauma for 20 fucking years. I'm so mad for Theodore's fake. Like, what the hell? Stay at the castle if you wish. Dukes are welcome here at any time, but you'll get eaten alive by the court if you always speak your mind so plainly, my lord. Yeah, no, let him do it. Let him cook. Wait, I'm sorry I didn't see the YouTube comments. Hi there, want her dad die. What do you mean? Yeah, she wanted him to die. I'm sorry, Tidarius. I forgot to open multi-chat on the side. He shrugged condescendingly before getting up. Oh, I'm very capable of defending myself, Majesty. We're just making weird assumptions about this man right now. He's like, oh, you don't know how to talk to nobility. No, he's talking to you like that in purpose and privacy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be like a different kind of shitty person in public. I just choose not to use the same venom as you do. That doesn't mean I don't know how to protect my family from its sting. No one liked being called a snake, but even if it was unpleasant to be treated with such hostility by someone to whom I've never done anything, generational trauma is a thing. I'm sorry, I'm sure the mic peaked while doing that. My bad, sorry. I had gotten what I wanted. I didn't want to risk making him change his mind by starting an argument. Listen, baby girl. There was so much insult. There was so much unintentional insult. Time will tell. I do hope you'll change your mind about me, but as long as the Faram hold up their end of the bargain, you're free to think whatever you like. Don't say that as if you were owing me a favor, Your Grace. Even empresses don't have dominion over people's thoughts. Oh, so you're saying I should dominate my people? Aight, let's go. And in order to keep me from having the last word of our pointless sparring, he immediately turned on his heel and slammed the door. Furious, I was engaged in a deep breathing exercise when all my simp saved me. Oh wait, no. Who's my simp again? Alexander, there we go. How did things go with Theodore Faram? I shrugged with a sigh. I suppose it was all right. At least the Faram should support my coronation. That's all that matters. How about you? Did you manage to convince Leon? As you suspected, he's not inclined to support. Apparently, he and his brother fear that Calidia will become a second Issyria. I raised my eyes to the sky, not holding my exasperation at those words, as if it were enough for a woman to lead an empire, for us to become a matriarchy. Oh, ew, a woman queen. Oh, we're gonna be a matriarchy. I don't want that. Fucking incels. Have you at least... These are the guys that we should be killing, not the guys who know about our dad's secret. Have you at least convinced him not to openly oppose the coronation? Yes, as you suggested, I implied that the civil war won't be good for business, and that you were easy to manipulate. Was that enough? Yes and no. The man's smarter than I thought. He took this as an opportunity to claim the position of treasurer. No, fuck no! Hello, treasurer? Look at him go. Since he believes you're incompetent, he thinks that's the only way for him to ensure that the country stays on the right track and that the Voildor's economical interests are preserved. I didn't want him to stand in my every way at every council meeting, but there was no valid reason for me to refuse him this privilege either. I imagine, before asking for that position, he encouraged the current treasurer to retire. That's correct. A pretty house by the seaside is waiting for him, and he can't wait to be gone. I imagine we don't have a choice then. I'll summon Leon tomorrow and pretend to be a naive and ingenue who's happy to let him take on the big responsibilities. I sighed heavily, and Alden stepped towards me with a discreetly amused smile. Are you sure you'll manage? Manage? Playing the easily influenced ingenue? Yep. Oh, don't worry about me. I can play dumb when I need to. I spent my entire life appearing less dangerous than I really am. I should be able to pretend just this once. He may have some nasty surprises down the line, however. I trust you then. Thank you, Dad. I think he's our pseudo-dad. Thanks, Dad. Alright, how's our finances doing? Your Grace, news of your nomination to the throne has spread quickly. We received a letter addressed to you from the Queen Maiva of Issyria. My respects, Empress of Calidia. I wish to write to you so I could congratulate you on your recent nomination to the throne, as well as offer my... What? Okay. As well as offer my condolences for your... I can read. As well as offer my condolences for your father's death. Assuming powers and have as a heavy responsibility. But I've been told that you are very capable, and I know that Calidia is in good hands. Calidia and Issyria have always maintained solid diplomatic relations. I hope that they will continue, nay, prosper under your rule. Up until now, the matriarchs have always been opposed to non-commercial negotiations, but your nomination has made them curious. We dare to believe that in your presence, my emissaries and myself will cease to be subjected to the patronizing condescension that your predecessors invariably displayed. Oh my god, we're sexist. And that made my country's past rulers so wary of further interactions. The gods whisper to me that your ascension to the throne signals down the dawn of a new era for the continent. Therefore, I wish to support you as much as I can. With the matriarch's assent, I have decided to mandate an emissary whose it will be to liaise between our two nations. Her name is Asha Isabis. She is an exceptional woman who, I hope, will be welcomed into your palace as she deserves. With all my sympathy, Maeve, Queen of Assyria. What was that note if... Hold on. Pum, 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 pum. I got a note from something. I forgot where. You know what? That's fine. Fine. We don't need to read it. Indeed, diplomacy is a delicate art, but it's fundamental for Calidia's prosperity. You'll need to woo the neighboring countries and ensure. So you're telling me to seduce the diplomat? I gotcha, baby boy. Diplomacy is not available in this demo. No, Oh, so I can seduce her. I can seduce her. I can seduce her. The big day has finally come. Impatient and nervous, I paced my bedroom while checking my hair and my outfit for the umpteenth time. Nothing was easy per usual. I'm gonna change my outfit. This isn't fancy enough. This is what I'm wearing to the coronation? Nah, you can change that. I want fancier hair. Oh my god, these are our only choices. Nothing is fancy enough. I guess this one. Outfit. Is this our fanciest? I don't want this one. This one is better. Jewelry. Yeah, this one is kind of clashing. How about this? This one. Oh, I don't have crowns. Because I'm not coronated. I'm not coronated yet. I haven't been crowned yet. There we go. Time was passing. Oh my god. Look at him in his fancy armor. At an infuriatingly slow pace when he finally knocked and walked into the room clad in his ceremonial attire. That armor and the pompous cape that went with it didn't suit him. Whoa! At least tell him he looks good. Ready, Your Grace? Almost timidly, I nodded when he politely bowed to let me pass in front of him. Then he followed suit, respectfully walking one step behind. Her Grace, Lydia de Terrinfell, Princess of Calidia, Duchess of Terrinfell, Lady of Vermont, Blessed by Horel. I closed my eyes and savored the title I was hearing for the last time. When the herald would announce me next, I would be Empress of Calidia. Oh, everyone's wearing their fanciest. Let's go. Who's this person? Look at him. Hubba hubba. I didn't remember having ever seen the throne room this packed. Clearly, when I had been told that the entire castle had gathered here, it hadn't been an exaggeration. Someone's hiding behind. Who's that? Who's this? To try and hide my nervousness, I walked at a slow pace, my head held high, my eyes leveled at the throne. But my curiosity slowly got the better of me, and while I tried to remain as dignified as I could, I let my gaze wander discreetly in search of familiar faces. Alden, of course, stood right next to my throne, his face impassive, but his eyes bright enough that I could see the pride reflected on him. That's him. That's our dad right there. Not the emperor. That's our dad. That's our found family. That's our daddy. Robert was there too, with my future crown already on his hands. He did his best to appear as imposing as his function required him to be. In the noble section, I recognized, oh, that's Leon? Fuck him! I hate Leon of Voildor. Fuck you, you conniving piece of shit. Surrounded by his family, conversing with other nobles who were vaguely familiar to me. Maybe we should get to know the nobles, you know? This is really dangerous not knowing them. To my surprise, I also spotted Theodore leaning against a pillar, his gloomy aura seeming to hold people at bay so that he wasn't drowning in unknown faces. As I passed by her, Marjorie gave me a smile and I felt her perfume reach me, calming me despite its loud scent. Finally, at the last step stretched out before me, I suddenly realized that I couldn't hear the crowd's hubbub anymore. The only sound was my heart beating in my temples. Ceremoniously, I knelt in front of his throne that was still forbidden to me. Soon I had cause to praise whomever had the brilliant idea to place a small cushion under my knees. The blessings were proceeding at an infuriatingly slow pace. I listened to them with only half an ear, but I still displayed my most serious and focused face to honor the solemnity of the ceremony. The day before, Robert had asked me if I wanted to celebrate tradition by taking the name of one of my predecessors or if I'd rather start my own dynasty. I either keep my... Really? We're gonna be named after the Red Queen in Game of Thrones, Melisandre? Is she the Red Queen or the Red Priestess? Who was Melisandre again? I know it was Red something. The Red Witch of the Lord of Light. It's been a while since I read the novels. I read the novels. I didn't really watch the series. So discussing this would be pointless to me because it's also been a while. It's also been a while since I read. I'm gonna honor my ancestors, you know? I was proud of who I was, but honoring tradition was important. And I had always greatly admired Melisandre of Terrenfell, Queen of Terrenfell and First Empress of Calydia. Certainly, she had lived in her husband's shadow, but she had never fully retreated behind him, and she wielded her influence and her determination in many an occasion. She was a role model, an inspiration for me, and I was proud to carry her name. I didn't know the sermon by heart, but I knew it would soon be ending, since the whole place seemed to grow livelier. With each passing second, both the crowd and Robert's voice vibrated with renewed excitement until the key moment came. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the weight, the surprisingly light crown that he delicately placed upon my head. Rise up, Melisandre II de Terrenfell, Empress of Calydia, Duchess of Terrenfell, Lady of Vermont, chosen by the Four and blessed by Horel. You shall bow no longer, since from this day and until your death, in the name of the gods, I entrust you with the charge of guiding your subjects and making Calydia shine bright for decades to come. Slowly, I rose and turned around to sit on that throne which had been meant for me. Can I change my crown now? Hold on. This is giving Sailor Moon vibes. Am I allowed? I can change my... Oh, this is the only choice. Alright. I mean, it's still in development. Slowly, I rose and turned around to sit on the throne that had been meant for me. Then I opened my eyes to look at the crowd. It suddenly went quiet, and an almost religious silence settled in for a few seconds. Let's go! That's my simp! That's my hype man! Long live Empress Melisandre II! Alexander's voice resounded next to me, oddly loud, and as it shattered this almost dreamlike moment, cheers arose from all sides in a spectacular chaos. We're seeing her now! The general enthusiasm was contagious, and I caught myself smiling and waving at the crowd with a bit too much vigor. Your look has been modified. Yes! I love this. I love the modifying looks. Wait, this is a party. Why am I not wearing jewelry? Excuse me? You know what? This is fine. I chose this outfit. The party. Oh, right. Because there's a CG that's about to show up. The party was in full swing, and if I was still beaming, my head was starting to hurt with the incessant solicitations of people come to pay their respects.
You should empty this glass into a flower pot and ask one of the servants to pour you grape juice instead.
Or maybe I had too much wine? If I was being honest, I couldn't remember how many times my glass had been refilled. But one thing I knew, it never stayed empty. Even if Marjorie was probably right. She's right. Hydrate. You can't just be drinking wine all night.
Come on, Marjorie. Am I not allowed to have a bit of fun?
My coronation. No, she's probably not doing that, right? It's my coronation day after all. She shook her head with a tender smile.
You can't do this precisely because it's your coronation day, sweetheart. Some people might be subtler about it than others, but everyone is watching you and judging you.
Yep.
Well, I didn't come here to coddle you. I know you're perfectly capable of managing the situation. I just wanted to officially congratulate you. No one deserves the title more than you. And you'll make an incredible empress. And also you owe me for giving you my castle.
I let myself gently hug her, making sure not to spill my glass on her in the process. Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you for everything. Aww. She's not gonna stab us in the back, or is she? Because I don't trust anyone in this game. Except for like the Faram guy. The Faram guy, he hates us and he's very open about it. And I like that. That's such fatherless behavior from me anyway.
Go on, sweetheart. I won't keep you any longer. People are queuing to talk to you.
The quickest. Let's go. Oh, it's her. It's the woman we must seduce with diplomacy and stuff.
Magnificent coronation, Your Highness.
Her melodious accent. More melodious than my... You know what? I'm not even giving her an accent because I already have an accent, just a shoe.
Thank you. Lady Asha, are you not?
She seemed surprised for a second and her face lit up.
Well, I'm flattered you recognized me before I could even introduce myself. I don't know who spoke of me to you, but I do hope they said nice things.
She gave a small laugh as if to brush off the pleasantry, which I knew had a much greater meaning. After all, I had heard a lot about her, both from Queen Maeva, who had warmly recommended her to me, and from Robert, who had tried to paint her as an ungodly heathen and temptress the minute she had set foot in the capital. Hot. Don't threaten me with a good time, Robert.
Of course, your queen keeps showering you with praise. Then allow me to return her kindness and tell you how fantastic Maeva is.
She'll make a formidable ally. Her familiar way of talking about her ruler made me quirk an eyebrow, but I didn't mention it. After all, Syrian customs were much different from ours, and her relationship with her queen was none of her concern. Oh, they're kissing! As long as she didn't use the same casual tone while talking about Khalidian nobility, there would be no issue.
In any case, I do hope Khalidia is to your liking, Lady Asha. Unfortunately, I still haven't had the time to visit your beautiful lands and taste your many specialties. Therefore, the question might be a bit premature.
She gave me a smile, but didn't reach her eyes, which made me see that her answer was an elegant way to not speak ill of the place without lying. Oh my god, I also love her. I love the... I'm very bisexual right now. Now that it was my castle and my nation, it did upset me a little, but I couldn't be mad at her for finding the place a bit drab. My father had never had a keen eye for interior design. I was about to ask her more futile questions when Robert stepped into... Whoa, Robert, rude! The gesture was overtly rude, but his position allowed him to act in that manner, and I turned away from Asha to listen to what he had to say. Your Majesty, please forgive me for interrupting, but I must speak with you on a topic of utmost importance. He barely hid the dirty look he gave Asha. He understood the message and gracefully curtsied. How dare you! How dare you! I was flirting with that woman! Robert, please! I'll go breathe some fresh air in the gardens if you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. I mentally took note of where to find her if I wanted to continue the conversation. All right, Robert, what you got? Don't worry, Your Majesty, nothing that will spoil your night. I just wanted to make sure that you were taking my warnings about the Assyrian diplomat seriously. I don't find her trustworthy at all, neither do I, but she's hot. I wanted to hold back a sigh. It was quite distressing to see him go through such trouble only to interrupt my conversation with a foreign dignitary. Please be comforted. She wasn't inviting me to dance naked in the sea of honor in honor of the snake goddess Sif. I had said that in a playful tone, hoping to lighten up the mood, but he looked even more upset. You should take this issue to heart. These people are insidious. They seem nice to you, you let your guard down, and by the time you realize you've fallen into the trap of a witch, it's much too late. You sound like someone who's had your heart broken by an Irisian. And that's why you became a priest. My fate for the four was sincere, and I was truly offended. How dare you? I had always relied on the gods, and I couldn't tolerate anyone implying my convictions were unsteady. For that, I'm so easily influenced, especially given the importance of the order with Calidia. Shrouded in righteous anger, I gave Robert a withering look. Do you believe my fate could be so easily shaken, High Priest? I'm taking note of your worries, and I promise I'll be careful. But you must also understand that you cannot say such things about foreign guests, especially not in public. This could have serious diplomatic consequences. I understand, Your Grace. I'd pray well, Mr. Priest. For the first time of the night, I found myself alone. I enjoyed that respite and decided to talk to... Oh my god, it's the three dateable choices. I like Theodore though, he doesn't give me shit. Gonna tell me, fuck you, congrats on being queen. And I vibe with it. I, the player, vibe with it. I'm not sure if Lydia vibes with it. He wasn't hard to spot since he was nonchalantly leaning against a wall in the most deserted corner of the throne room, snubbing the drinks as well as the buffet. A few ladies were oogling him, but they didn't dare come close, and I could understand him. His gloomy face wasn't inviting me to chat with him either, but as Marjorie had reminded me, these kinds of parties weren't meant for my own enjoyment. They were just tools to the political game. It mattered to strengthen my bonds with the Faram, and even more, to show the court that our enmity was in the past. Lost in thoughts, he didn't seem to see me until I leaned back onto the cool marble wall next to him. The party isn't to your liking, my Lord of Faram? If he was surprised, he didn't show it, and he raised his eyes to meet mine before scanning me from head to toe. I'm not particularly fond of these displays of vanity, no. That was certainly a take on things, but it didn't give me much room to react. I grew thoughtful as I considered what I should say, unsure of how to communicate with someone this close off. We're gonna dance? Aight. You should invite me to dance. It was worth it if only to see his stunned face. In fact, he seemed so shocked that his cowling gnome-like mask disappeared, making him look surprisingly fragile. I beg your pardon? You said it yourself. We're in the middle of a show and appearances are everything. I can see that you're not willing to chit-chat, but people are watching us. Neither you nor I want the court to think that the crown and Faram are still at odds. So, shall we dance? That is, unless you don't know how to dance, of course. He hesitated, but my last comment seemed to tick him off, and he dryly dusted off his jacket. Of course I know how to dance. Well then, prove it. This time I didn't leave him a choice, and I curtsied just as if I had accepted his invitation. Oh, you manipulative bitch. He looked at my hand with suspicion, as if simply touching it was going to burn him. But he finally took it and led me a bit further towards the center of the room, where other guests were already dancing. That's why the CG had to change. I couldn't change my hair and clothes. It's for this CG. I was almost surprised to find his fingers pleasantly warm. His behavior was so cold that part of me expected his skin to be freezing, like that of a devilish creature.
Out of curiosity, as much as out of deference, we were given much more room than necessary, and other couples stepped aside or completely left the floor to observe us. My talents as a dancer was all right, but they weren't extraordinary. I felt nervous despite myself as I tried to keep my head high and my back straight, as dignified as possible.
You're suddenly very tense for someone who threw a tantrum to be invited to dance.
Of course, he had felt it, and his smile, sincere for once, showed that he had fun teasing me. That made me grumble. Just eat properly, will you?
I heard a hint of a laugh. Yeah, that's a man that's smiling right there.
While he waited for the right measure and slid into the dance with surprising fluidity. He wasn't lying. He knew how to dance. Very well, even. What a coincidence. Despite his badly positioned hand, a bit too high and not firmly enough to properly lead me, I could anticipate his movements with ease. He was a good guy, and his own gestures were precise and gracious. On one hand, I was glad that everything was working out, but on the other, it bothered me a little to acknowledge his merits.
Saves coming.
Since he hadn't been shy about teasing me, he deserved to get a taste of his own medicine. Nonchalantly, I grabbed his arm to force him to correct his posture, making sure that his hand held my waist firmly instead of rarely grazing it like it had been so far. My gesture seemed to have thrown him off, and I felt him falter for a moment, threatening to make us lose that perfect rhythm that he had imposed. It gave me a perfect opportunity to strike, and I took revenge for his petty comments. You're not a bad dancer, but your steps could be neater, my dear. Besides, your hand is still too high up.
I muttered a few incomprehensible words, which I thought I heard diabolical, but I didn't respond. I was relishing his embarrassment enough to spare him further comments. He might be calling you a witch at this point, to be honest. Neither of us opened our mouths until the last measure played, and we finally separated in an elegant curtsy under scattered applause. Well, I thank you for this moment, Theodore. I won't keep you busy any longer. I'm sure you're having quite some success. Ah, oh my god, I'm leading you back to your fangirls. Return to your fangirls, Theodore. Perhaps they had more respect for etiquette than I did, since none of them dared to accost him and openly ask for a dance. Billy sighed and glared at me, apparently holding me responsible for the sudden attention he was receiving. I ruthlessly abandoned him to his admirers and was surprised to see him play the part of a courteous gentleman after all smiles and polite comments. Clearly, I was the only one for whom he refused to. Yeah, because your family fucked his family up. How many times do I have to tell you this, old man? Your Grace, as you surely know, an essential task that comes with your role as ruler is to listen to your subjects' petitions. Okay. Oh, God, it's king time. It's king time. Okay, let's explain. Petitions are matters that require informal judgment. Other advisors are usually tasked with submitting them, but we also pass on requests coming directly from your subjects. I'll divide them to two stacks, urgent and current. Urgent must be attended as soon as possible. I won't give you, as long as all urgent affairs haven't been dealt with, I won't give you any current affairs, so not to distract you with futile matters. Everything that requires your input, petitions, okay, resources. Improving the living conditions of your people will ensure their affection. I got it. Don't worry about it, I'm smart. What? Princess, I mean, Empress. Man. It all makes sense. Give me the stuff. Show me the stuff. Let's go. I'd be wary of your bastard brothers. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Knowing this time period, their bastard brothers would be. I've tasked the Master of Murmurs to investigate them. Seems that most of them live a modest life as craftsmen or servant, but the simplest minds can be easiest to sway, especially if you haven't established any bond with them. Nothing will stop them from betraying you. Oh my god, are you suggesting murder again, Alden? Jesus fuck. They just want to live normal lives, Alden. Please, let's not. Let's not kill my brothers. Have them assassinated. I do recognize that my half brothers are a threat. Assign spies. Make them happy. Send someone to ask them what they want. Do your best to satisfy their wishes. Make sure they're aware of their role as my patron. You know what? Hippity hoppity. Time to spend money on my, just here's the child support my dad never paid you. Brothers were pleasantly surprised by your offer. The twins only asked for a few more coins and they praised your name. The other two had more specific requests. Aaron Villis asked for your permission to marry a daughter of a lord, Lila de la Valliere, whose father is opposed to the marriage. That was above my pay grade, so I've submitted another petition to that topic with an in-depth explanation. Alright, bro, let's go. Yassine Le Cordonnier asked for your permission to come to the palace without mentioning what position he wanted to occupy. He'll look over the details with you once he's here. Time will tell if your kindness is rewarded. Alden of Valbleu. Activities on... I think our politics will stay the same, right? Our politics is still, yeah, I think I'm keeping this. The people understand. Ambassador to neighboring country. We earn 1 gold. Yeah, we need the 3 money. Yeah, I think we're okay with this. Dismantle the military. Now we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine with this. We're fine with this. We're fine with this being our politics. Petitions. Your half-brother, Aaron Phyllis, wishes to marry Lilia de la Valliere, the daughter of a lord. Her father vehemently opposes this marriage, and Aaron is asking for your help. Talon de la Vallere's main fear is that his daughter makes a misalliance. Aaron Villis is a mere blacksmith without any personal fortune. Giving him a land and title will solve the problem, but nobility will not happily welcome an uneducated bastard into their ranks. Fuck. I'd rather upset a single lord than the entire nobility. Tell Aaron and Lila they have my blessings for the wedding. Since her father won't do it, I'll take care of Lila's dowry so that they may settle down and enjoy their love story at peace. I'd rather upset a single lord than the entire nobility. Tell Aaron and Lila that I won't tolerate anyone's opposition in the matter. And I can only bless the small Lely's estate will be given to him along with the appropriate title. That my half-brother won't forget my generosity when he's basking in conjugal happiness. How much diplomacy do we have? I think I still have diplomacy to spell. Okay, yeah, I have diplomacy to spare. Let's go. Your Grace, I must say I was very suspicious when I was told that you would like to grant me one of my wishes, but today I feel ashamed of having ever doubted your intentions. Thanks to you, I married the woman I've always loved, and I know that my land will allow me to support her for the rest of our lives. The nobility is not pleasant to me, but that is a small price to pay for all the happiness that I have been gifted. The nobles hate me now, by the way. Please know that you have earned my eternal gratitude. I believe that Amatera herself has put you on the throne. I know you'll be a great empress. May your reign last for decades to come, Aaron of Lelis. The nobility hate me. Oh, they're gonna kill me. We're fine. 10 is fine.
10 is fine. We started with 10.
Alright, let's talk to Theodore. Let's. What do we read, man? I want an amusing and heartfelt tale. Apricot Gnome. What are you reading, buddy? Okay, we're oogling him as we read. Rather elegant. I know, right? I didn't have the heart to bother him. Since I had come here for myself for some searching for peace and quiet, I decided to leave him alone. I tried to close the door behind me. Oops. Hello, Your Grace. Holding back a sigh, I approached him with a polite smile. Hello, the Lord of Faram. Now that I've been spotted and he had greeted me, I might as well stay and chat. Even if we had found an agreement, I was still very wary of Faram's intentions. Regarding my throne, it couldn't hurt to learn a bit more about him. The book that fascinated him seemed to be a perfect topic of conversation, but I couldn't read the letters engraved in the letter from where I stood. What's this book that you're so deep into? It's none of your business. Oh, were you by any chance reading an indecent book? Oh my god, we have porn in this library? Why aren't we reading porn? It is very improper of you to suggest such a thing. It's very improper for you to have so little sense of humor. My sense of humor is perfectly intact. You're questioning my etiquette? I never said anything of that sort. But what if I did? I was the one who had started the conversation, hoping to smooth our relationship. Even if I would have paid good money to see him lose that superior and smug expression he liked to display. In any case, it makes sense that you'll still have things to learn. You weren't ready for this. I beg your pardon? You heard me. Stop acting as if you're a powerful heir who can carry the entire nation on her shoulders. I'm not a fool. You've been kept away from the court half of your life. In truth, you don't have the slightest clue of the mess you've gotten yourself into. He's not wrong. You've led a privileged life without any difficulties away from the plots and issues of your kingdom. Now that your father is dead, you've taken the first chance you had to steal his crown like a vulture. I'm sure the throne was still warm when you decided to sit on it. I wasn't wrong about that last point, but I couldn't tolerate his half-baked insults any longer. Be careful with your words, Theodore. You're getting dangerously close to royal treason. My father was assassinated, abruptly. I didn't have the luxury to hesitate, and I was only fulfilling my duties, and I did not jump up and down my bed when I heard the news. Your father was assassinated because he was greedy for power, because he was cruel, and because over time he had made too many enemies to count. You're of his flesh and blood. What could possibly convince me that you're not like him, that you're truly acting out of duty? Was that the crux of the issue? He thought I was like my predecessor. He has no reason not to think otherwise. Have you met him, at least? I seriously doubt that. If that were the case, your insolence would have had you thrown in prison on the spot. If you're not in a cell right now, should be enough to demonstrate the difference between my father and I. That's right, threaten him. That'll make him love you. But I imagine it'll be hard for you to believe me, whatever I say. It's extremely difficult, even impossible, to make someone who's already formed an opinion change their mind. I'll admit I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were an educated man, but clearly you're backwards enough to judge me on the blood that flows through my veins than on my actions. You haven't done shit yet. You gave him a castle that he deserved. It's like, oh, thanks. Thanks for the reparations. As for my privileged life, what do you know of it? You've never been a woman in a world ruled by men, an empress in a world of kings. You're a beloved son, destined from birth to become the head of your family. On the other hand, I've been kept away from my birthright, and I had to fight to even get the tiniest sliver of power.
And now you dare tell me that I'm privileged?
Yes. Yes. You are, though. You kinda are.
I think you're feeling threatened by my rule. But if this can make you feel better, right now, I don't intend to waste my energy on people who already have everything.
You kinda took that one castle from them, remember, for 20 years? And then you just returned them to him.
Especially not on account of resentments that predate my birth. The changes I will make for my people, for the farmers who work my lands, for the women and children who will forge the future of the empire.
Oh, fuck.
We don't tell him that we deserve this. We don't. That's just gonna make him angry or I think. Think what you like. But I never wanted that crown. I know what it can do to people.
We are lying. We are lying so hard.
Nevertheless, my mother taught me that as a noble, you have the responsibility towards others, and that's why, when I realized that this was my destiny, I'd always prepared myself as best as I could to take that place with dignity. You think I'm naive that I believe ruling is easy? Even though wearing the crown won't stop people like you from questioning my legitimacy?
Oh my god, we're still yapping.
I know it's hard, Theodore, because things have never been easy for me. You clearly know nothing of my life, and yet you don't hesitate to criticize it. Before you presume to tell me I have a lot to learn, you should consider expanding your own knowledge.
That's what we're doing. We're in a library. He put down the book he had been holding on his knees on the table and got up so he could better take a bow. I may have underestimated the hurdles had to overcome and the efforts you had to make. I hadn't expected him, me neither, to admit he was wrong rather than attacking me again, and I stayed quiet. Things haven't been as easy as you've implied for me either, Majesty. Life in Heir is harder than you think. But I suppose it would be hypocritical of me to act offended now.
You suppose right.
I believe in hard work, and what is earned through sweat and tears. Even if I'm still unsure of your abilities, you're right. I should at least give you a chance to prove your worth.
I will rule with dignity because that is where lies my duty as an empress, not because I believe I have anything to prove to anyone, especially to you.
Of course. Which is why we're so mad at him right now. We're not proving shit. We're fine. Number of remaining turns 3. Okay, petitions. Your Grace, I have discovered that someone has placed pagan talismans in the palace. One was even found in your living quarters. With the Master of Murmur's help, we have identified the servant behind these talismans. Okay. Find an excuse to fire her. Arrest her and interrogate her in the dungeon for intentions and practices. Yeah, we should listen. I'm very diplomatic in this game. Also, I still have diplomacy to spare, so let's do the diplomatic route. Let's spy on her. I don't want to fire her. That feels like religious persecution. I also don't want to send her to jail. It could be good luck talismans for all we know. We're actively keeping an eye on Miranda, but for the time being, we have not learned anything. Her life is just as mundane as it is boring. We're fine. I'm keeping the same politics. We're fine. I might have to curry more favor with the nobles. We're gonna lose one goods. But that's price to pay. That's fine. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, Master of Murmurs, what you got? A wandering caravan came from Vargas, was attacked by bandits. Merchandise were stolen, guards killed, people in the caravan being held hostage and ransomed. The bridge is a strategic location. It should have been better protected. I'll ask Marjorie to send hers as well. Her men are closer. Put a bounty on bandits. Okay. So people were attacked on the bridge. It was Vargas. The people on the bridge were Vargas, the people who were attacked, which is the future wife of Leon, who's a little shit, who would have us assassinated if we didn't do anything. Among the captured people is one of my agents, a master of spying and infiltration. He had been in Vargas for a few months to keep an eye on the family of nobles, and he was urgently coming back with some vital information. Does it have anything to do with my father's assassination? No, at first glance, there's no connection. Your father's assassination is still under investigation, even if I have to admit that at the moment, we're somewhat stalled. Oh, we don't know? Okay. It was crucial information. My agent had always been excessively prudent. One of our spies who infiltrated Vargas has been captured not far from the border while he was coming back with information of utmost importance and that you have no clue what it is? Yep, that's correct. If they wanted to cover their tracks, they could have simply killed him right there and then, as well as the guards. Maybe they just got rid of the body. Can't exclude that possibility, but will receive the demand of ransom addressed to his family, like the other four hostages. I don't know. Do you have any other agents stationed in Vargas who can try to learn what our spy knows? Okay, let's go. They won't be discreet enough if they were to approach the same people. Ah, I mean, I still have influence, so. As for the bandits, can we murder them? They've been active all over the territory and always follow this pattern, but we know little about them. Are they trustworthy? I mean, once the ransom has been paid, will they truly release the hostages? Hmm. Oh, pay the ransom but trap them. If it's a trap, we lose my life. Oh, shit. We're gonna make future demands, you know. But then we have bandits on our lands for a reason. Let's pay them. The ransom has been paid without any issues. We managed to get our agent back. The information he held is of crucial importance. Should meet him in person and hear all the details. Okay, see? We're good, we're good. How's our finances, by the way? Oh, we're good, we're good. 11 is good. We're just gonna have to, like, piss off a few religious leaders later. We're gonna need to cut a bit of. Oh! Oh, we finished the demo. I was about to be proved right. We never knew. We never know what the info. Oh, that was a cliffhanger. Oh, I wanna know. Oh, who killed my dad? Did you kill my dad? Did you? Did you kill my dad, Santa? Are you fucking my mom, Santa? Are you fucking anyway? That was Imperial Grace. That's an upcoming resource management and dating sim. That's it's planned for release next year, 2026. If you want to wishlist it, which I'm planning to do right now, I just did. Please visit them on. I should have pinned this earlier, but this is the game, right? Imperial Grace. Or Steam powered app. Blah, blah, blah. Why am I reading the numbers anyway? Yep, that is that is Imperial Grace. I will be charging my phone now.
Went down.
I'm gonna take like a few minutes of break, like stretch, read water, drink water. I've been yapping for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Hi, Dark Tatay. I've been yapping for a while. I've been reading that whole thing for a while. And I'll come back with Decadent Heir, which is a game where you are a Russian noble at the time when the Imperial, how do you call this again? How do you call this time period again? I know this was around the time in which people were like rebelling against the Shah, right? So we're gonna go for that game, and I'll go on a 5 minute break and change the games. Hold on. Chatting overlay. Where's that overlay? BRB.
Hey chat, you know what time it is? That's right, it's September. For the entire month of September, you'll get 25%.
Whoops! Forgot to remove Tabby's ad. It's gone now. Wait, where did the game go? Ah, there we go. Right, let's move on to Decadent Heir. It's a game where we are like exploring the end of like Imperial Russia. We are a noble. We start at that child's birth and then we go on from there. I believe the demo goes until the child is a teenager, something like that. Yep, see, there we go. We ended up to this when I played. You get up to like 10 years old. Never mind, you don't even make it to your teens. Choose talent. Reduces fatigue growth by 50% during difficult choices. Allowed to foresee the consequences. I believe I used Trickster Smile. I used Trickster Smile earlier. Reduces the requirements for hero parameters to choose complex action options. Don't need to see the consequences of our actions. Let's go for Wonderkin. Your achievements are ahead. You haven't been born yet. But today, a new family will appear at the family of the hereditary nobles, the Kirsonov. Like any baby. We start as a baby. Like any baby, you don't know or can't do anything. Through your actions, you will be shaped by your own personality. What kind of child will you be? I will say, Goo Goo Gaga. These are characteristics. This is us. We are a 0-year-old infant. We have lots of power. We're an ascetic. We're boring. We're clumsy. Yeah, because we're a baby. We haven't even been fucking born yet. Our abilities are shit. Look at this shitty baby, no abilities. Shitty baby, no abilities. This is our family, the Kirsanovs, an old noble family. Traces its records back to the 16th century. For the founders of the family Oprichnik, Ivan Kirsanov was honored by Tsar Ivan the Terrible for his valiant service. It's Ivan, right? Is it V? I'm mixing up my pronunciations. Currently, the family has shrunk to a small family. We are popular. We are wealthy. We are stable. We have our dad, Ilya Kirsanov, combat officer, hero of the Turkish War, has wounds and awards. Character is strict, strong-willed, loyal to the empire, deeply hates turmoil. We have Maria Kirsanova, our mom, educated, well-educated. A teacher, speaks 3 languages. We have our sister, Olga Kirsanova, educated, goal-oriented, ready to sacrifice everything for her ideals. Us, a baby, Goo Goo Gaga, cousin Audrey. We'll meet the cousin at our second act. We'll never hit the second act. The empire is currently ruled by Alexander III. The Minister of War is Pyotr Vanovsky. Chairman of the State Council, appointed by the Emperor, functions the upper lords of Great Britain, is Mikhail Romanov. Society is... Oh my god, we're about to hit radicalism. Aight, let's go. Anarchy! Oh, we're still disciplined. Boo! Economy is stagnant. People still trust the Tsar. It won't be for too long. Their characters, Alexander III is the Emperor. Location, St. Petersburg. Capital, right? Capital of Russia. Let's go. Goo Goo Gaga, we are a baby. You will be born and live your life in a tragic period of the Russian Empire's history. You will witness with your own eyes how the largest state in the world, within the lifespan of one generation, walked the path to an abyss that engulfed the lives of millions. Decadence in Russia is the time of the empire's decline. Try to be in the shoes of a nobleman in the late 19th century, from his birth to the beginning of the Russian Revolution of the 20th century. Each of your actions will influence the personal qualities and abilities of the character. The fate of your hero and the mark in history that he will leave depend on the decisions you will make. Cope with trials, you have to sacrifice something, as in real life, your choices open some doors and closes others. Develop the qualities that seem most appropriate, and remember that the role of personality in history is enormous. Perhaps you will be able to change the course of history, but at what cost? In your hands is not just the life of one person, but the fate of millions of. Ah, shit, we get to decide Russia's fate. That's cool. You know, Russia. Russia historically a small country with with like very calm, chill people. Yeah, yeah, we just get to decide Russia's fate. We're fine. You're a decadent. You've gone through the cycle of birth and death countless of times. Your soul is so ancient that it has already lived thousands of lives, and each time you start from scratch, remembering nothing, understanding nothing. So, well, shit. In your subconscious, an echo of past lives sounds like wind playing in the leaves of an old tree. Decadent. This word calls, but its meaning is still hidden. Something deep inside you knows this is the key to your destiny. Okay, we are now born. We are baby. Gugu gaga. After a feeling of awakening after a long sleep, a new life greets you. Although your essence is like a blank parchment for now, memories like ink will fill it and you will regain your true nature. Someone's confident hand brings your fragile body into a light. The world opens up before you, your astonished gaze. A sharp of sound Oh, okay, I was concerned when scissors were a thing. Okay, it's just the umbilical cord getting cut. We're fine. Wow, wow. Baby wants some milk. Wow. Joy and powerful excitement overwhelm you. Your chest fills with air. A powerful infant cry bursts out. You cry for the first time in this life. Doctor nods to the midwife and goes to your mother. Fatigue washes over you. Someone's hand wraps you tightly and carries you away. Before falling asleep, you notice two figures nearby, a large man and a teenage girl. Girl whispers,
Father has been waiting for you for 13 years, little brother. And so have I.
We gained 5 empathy. We are now aloof. Oh, we're still shit. You know what? We're a baby. We're fine. Let's not be too, let's not judge a baby's stats. You don't remember anything about your past. You have only one option to grow, develop, and learn everything anew. But you are sure that you will cope with these tasks much faster than an ordinary child. That's us, baby, born 1884. Oh wait, no, it's 1884 now. We are 2 years old. We are so capable of making life choices. The first year is just a haze of unconsciousness. Your sensations are fleeting: warmth, cold, hunger, satiety. Days are simply cycles of sleep and food. Gradually, the world becomes clearer. Faces gain features. Here's mom with her gentle hands and light hair. And this is the nanny in puffy clothes. She dresses and feeds you. You learn quickly. You hold, then throw a rattle. You sit up on your own. You fall while trying to stand. Your legs are still weak. Months pass. You've learned to walk early. Unsteadily, but you step across the room. Nanny Varvara and her sister Olga help. Olga, with her black curls and serious green eyes, often plays with you and dresses you up in frocks. Father's footsteps thunder through the house. It seems very stern. His every word in this family is law. One day, father announces the arrival of a photographer. The family needs to be captured in full. Everyone is excited. The nanny suggests you choose who to stand next to in the family portrait. Father is authoritative. Mother is caring. Olga is playful. For now, you stand next to the nanny. Your choice will determine whose relationship you want to improve. Family looks at you. You stand next to father, cuddle up to mother, run to sister. Listen, sister's fun. I'm a 2-year-old baby. I run to my sister. That's the fun thing. She's probably like jingle jangling a rattle, and I'm like,
Gaga, wanna play?
You decisively run to Olga, pushing away the nanny's hand. Olga smiles and her eyes shine with joy. This moment is forever in your memory. Your sister hugs you. Her hair tickles and makes you laugh. Everyone is distracted. The photographer retakes the picture, but the air is still filled with fun and joy. From this day on, your bond with your sister grows stronger. Olga complains to you about the servants and the parents share secrets and even tells you about her personal diary. She is a 15-year-old confiding to a 2-year-old. Let's fucking go. And you give her an oath to keep the secret. I'm two and should not be beholden to any contracts.
You have much more fun with your sister than with the nanny. You spend more and more time in her room.
Yippee! I love my sister. Okay, well, how old are we now?
Gradually, a pet! We get a pet!
You grow stronger, learn to run and jump. Well, the surrounding world increasingly reveals itself to you in all of its beauty. You are from the noble Tursanov family, one of the ancient noble families of the Russian Empire. Their family is not very large. Father, Ilya Petrovich, a tall, stately man whose appearance expresses sternness and authority. His forehead is broad, nose straight, cheekbones sharp. His hair grays early. He went through the fire and blood of the Russo-Turkish War, was wounded. Now he limps when walking. An officer to the bone, a patriot. He is strict with people around him but keeps you under strict control, dreaming that you will continue his path. Well, Dad, I'm about to be a fucking disappointment. Mother, Maria Nikolaevna. A fragile blonde with thin fingers and a gentle gaze. Educated, intelligent, well-read. Her care is your stronghold in the world. The servants whisper that Maria Kirsanova, after a severe illness 10 years ago, can no longer have children, and the fact that you were born is a real miracle. You have an older sister, Olga. She loves to read, draw, and play music. Although there's a big age difference between you and your sister, you love to fuss and play with her. Olga is very curious but also persistent and sharp in her judgments. Your old mansion on the Fontanka embankment is an island of the past in the changing St. Petersburg. Chandeliers softly gild the walls. Here, the aromas of bygone times mix with the spirit of a new era. Wait, where is this location? There should be a glossary, right? Is this the glossary? Oh, it's still St. Petersburg. Guests are gathered for your third birthday. All right, I'm a noble, right? This is my birthday party. Yippee! Look at all of those people in fancy clothes. Laughter, conversations, rustling of dresses. Men with cigars and women in beautiful dresses congratulate you. Ancestors' firm portraits watch from above. A huge cake with 3 candles is rolled into the great hall. Oh my god, we are rich. You stand next to your father and look at the celebration full of admiration. Oh god, the people are gonna hate us. Guests admire your self-control and say that you behave like an adult. That's not a good thing, we're 3. However, you quickly tire from this excess attention. The nanny changes you into pajamas and puts you to bed. Parents enter the room before bedtime. Mother kisses you goodnight. Father whispers about tomorrow's surprise. You fall asleep to the echoes of merriment through the walls. In the morning, a puppy! We get a puppy! You wake up before everyone else. A puppy sits in the doorway, strange, long-nosed, black with gray speckles. Look at the puppy! This is the promised gift from your father. You touch the side of your new pet with the tip of your finger. He pricks up his ears and sharply raises his head. The puppy barks cheerfully. Puppy! We have puppy! You're infinitely happy with the gift. In the puppy, you seem to see a reflection of yourself. You're both so young. His intelligent look delights you. You now have a friend to play with, learn from, and train with you. You name the puppy Max. How do you spend time with your new pet? I'm gonna play with it. I'm gonna befriend the puppy. Friend puppy. That's our friend. What do you mean train together, train the dog? I'm like 3 years old. What am I gonna train it? I'm like 3. That ain't my job. I'm 3. Look at it. The art is so good, by the way. The art is so good. So precious. Look at this precious dog. Look at him. You dedicate all your free time to interacting with the puppy. Even simple activities like feeding or playing become hours of interesting exploration. Mother worries that the puppy sleeps with you in bed. She scolds you for breaking hygiene rules, but father sees that Max has chosen you as his master and gives his permission. The puppy gradually transforms into a magnificent specimen of a Russian greyhound. Wait, what does that look like? Let me just Google. Russian greyhound. Oh, it's a borzoi! Oh, that's magnificent. He's one of those long snoot dogs. This doesn't look like a borzoi. He's the snoot dog. It's the dog with the wonk nose. Anyway, by interacting with him, you become more observant and sensitive yourself, as if you're gaining new abilities to understand the surrounding world more deeply. Yippee! We're being less of a shitbag because we're friends with the puppy. Okay, 1886, older sister. Oh, what's with the music change? The bells of the Transfiguration Cathedral still echo in your ears after the morning service. Father is rarely home these days. He has received a new position at the War Ministry. The family gathers together only for weekend breakfasts and Sunday church services. Late Sunday morning, the heavy scent of incense still lingers on clothes, mixing with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee and pastries. Outside, the sun is shining, its rays playing on the polished to shine samovar. Servants bustle around, setting the table. The snow-white tablecloth is adorned with delicacies, patrushkas, pastries, smoked ham, and fresh raisins. That's a lot! Did not fucking lie when it said our life was decadent. Maria Nikolaevna, wearing a strict dark blue dress with a high collar, drinks Turkish coffee, while you and your sister have been served tea with milk. Everyone awaits father. Heavy footsteps, lightly louder on the left, an echo of an old wound from Plevna. Okay, oh, it was a hard fight. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. Turkish loss amounted to 6,000 people. 1,700 for Russia. But our dad came back injured after this war, and shit has never been the same. Ilya Petrovich enters, stately, straight as an arrow despite the pain. His new dress uniform is decorated with medals, among which the cross for the capture of Kars. Jojo's Kars stands out especially. Even you, a 4-year-old boy, stare in fascination of the gleaming awards. He sits at the head of the table with military bearing, but his thoughts seem far away. He absently rubs his left knee. The old wound aches before bad weather. Olga, his voice accustomed to giving commands on the battlefield, sounds harsh. Colonel Nashchonkin, Colonel Nashchonkin has informed me that you have been spending time among vagrants. Haven't we already discussed that such behavior is unbecoming for a lady of noble birth? Sister freezes, straightening her back, exactly like father. Her dark eyes, so similar to his, broke whole.
Papa, you yourself taught me that an officer's honor requires protecting the weak. Isn't that what the war taught you?
Oh, she's smart.
Oh, I like her.
Father's face darkens, muscles tensing in his jaw. You notice this even with your child's perception. His medals clink slightly as he leans forward. Don't twist my words. An officer's honor is first and foremost duty to the Tsar and the fatherland. That's not gonna work out so well for us, Daddy-o. And you, with your escapades, are jeopardizing my position at the ministry. I strictly forbade you to associate with vagabonds. It can be dangerous. Among them are not only those sick with consumption, but also those who spread seditious ideas. Not seditious ideas! Just yesterday, you were seen in the company of some ragamuffin. So you've disobeyed my orders. An argument erupts. Your child's heart sinks with fear when father strikes the table with his fist, Cups jump and coffee spills onto the pristine white tablecloth. A frightened young servant drops a porcelain plate. Its ring mingles with father's shark. Olga, you are punished. You betrayed my trust. You are forbidden to leave this house alone. This is not up for discussion. Sister leaps from the table, her starched dress rustles like the wings of an angry bird. Tears glisten in her eyes, but her back remains straight, and she runs from the dining room. You see her hands trembling in fists, just like fathers in moments of anger. I love the writing. I'm just gonna say I love the writing of this game. Like immediately, like in a few sentences, you know what the relationship between Olga and the dad was. It doesn't outright state it, but like, oh my god. It doesn't go like, oh, before you were born, Olga and dad were very, very close and she followed him closely and she wanted to be like him, but the mannerisms are the same. She learned from him and will take the complete 180 of his worldview. The servant, pale with fear, picks up the pieces of the plate from the floor. The mother purses her lips, dabbing at the coffee stain with a handkerchief. The parents disperse. Father leans heavily on his cane, climbing the stairs to his office. Driven by a childish concern for the sister you love with all your heart, you go to Olga. Your faithful dog, feeling anxious, follows you, clicking his claws on the parquet. Parquet? I don't know. The St. Petersburg morning barely breaks through the heavy curtains. You approach your sister's dog, listening to muffled sobs. Max, your faithful black dog, whines softly, feeling the grief of his mistress. His wet nose nuzzles your palm, giving you courage. The scent of Olga's favorite perfumes is in the room. A large Venetian mirror reflects her sister's tear-stained face. On the mahogany dressing table lies her diary, open to fresh notes. Can we read? We're like 4. We're like 4 years old. I don't think we can read yet. Through tears, the sister tells her story to a 4-year-old, by the way. He's like a teenager. We're 4. All right, sister, trauma dump on me. About the chance meeting. Oh, hello. Hi, Gia. Welcome. Hold on. Let me greet the raiders. Hi, raiders. Oh, thank you for the follow, Glitch Astral. Thank you for the Buddha redeem. It's been a while. Merchants. How are you doing? What were you chatting about? Welcome, raiders. I'm Maya Maginder, Cannibal Mermaid VTuber. We are playing Decadent Heir. It's a game where we are made to like make decisions for a baby noble born at the time of the fall of Imperial Russia. Right now, we are 4 years old, and our older sister is trauma dumping. We're just gonna listen to her tale. But how are you doing? We were learning about Filipino folklore today. Oh shit, let's go. What did you learn? Everything wants to eat you. You can stab, and most things can be defeated by stabbing. Oh, also swearing at them. But yeah. Hi guys. We learned about the capre. Oh shit. Yep. That's the guy. That's the stinky giant man. Smoking giant man. By the way, Agta is also like the name of an indigenous people. So yeah. Capre also, I've seen debates about the name Agta. Right? I think it's because it's called Capre in like Luzon and then Agta and like Visayas. Kind of similar people. But like Agta is also a tribe and indigenous people in like northern Luzon. Words, man. Words are weird. I hope you enjoyed what you learned. If you wanna rate, if you feel like reading and running, that's okay. if you wanna stay and read this fun story. Oh my god! Oh! Wait! Send the documentary. Link me, please. Link, please. I'm about to go back to like folklore storytelling next year. Next year, I kind of miss it. I miss it. Yeah, but like we are playing. Wait, I should send the link. Oh yes. If you hear the music go in and out, it's because Aswang project. Alright, okay, got it. If you hear the music go in and out, that's because I'm tabbing in and out of the game. Thank you for the link. Oh my god, it's a Swang project. Let's go. So yeah, we're playing Decadent Heir. We are about to hear our sister trauma dump. Our sister has just started talking to poor people. Our dad's like, huh, why are you talking to poor people? We are a military family. And she's like, no, but dad, the poor people really need us. Also, you taught us to protect the poor. And dad's like, no, fuck you. You're destroying my reputation. And so now they're fighting. And we are like 4 years old. Hi, thank you. This game, by the way, part of the Choose Wisely Festival, hosted by Studio FUA. And I think tomorrow they'll start, tomorrow, my time zone, they'll start posting about the games that are a part of this event. A lot of visual novels. Also, if I remember correctly, Dispatch and Slay the Princess are in it. Which are good games. Good games. Through tears, the sister tells her story about a chance meeting in Alexander Square with a pregnant homeless woman. She's due to give birth soon but has no money. And the beggar woman simply wanted to get rid of the newborn child because she can't support it. Olga promised to help her. Your sister has no own money, but she's ready to give her jewelry to... Oh my god, sister, no, that's a scam, that's scam. Young as you are, you sense the gravity of the situation. Mom, listen. I don't think we should get Dad involved in this. Dad is a big shot political man. Big political man. I say we ask Mom for help. After thinking about it, you convince your sister to share the trouble with your mother. You will understand and advise. The huge library in the mansion, the pride of Maria Nikolaevna, is filled with the smell of leather bindings and old paper. Oh my god, I love this room. It's always cool here despite the hot fireplace. Max follows you impatiently, his claws clicking on the parquet. I like how oh yeah, the mother, the sister, the father, and your dog, Max. Max, you know Max, your dog, Max. You climb onto your mother's lap and gently ask her to listen to Olya. The sister tells the story of the beggar girl from the very beginning. Maria Nikolaevna, a graduate of Smolny Institute, knows how to turn any conversation into a lesson. You see, mon cher, not only a kind heart is important in life, but also the ability to see the truth. Therefore, you should be careful not to jump to conclusions. Tomorrow, we will all go there together. I will bring this 6-year-old baby with me. Wait, am I 6? Am I 4? I'm 4. I will bring this 4-year-old with me. Next morning, the city is shrouded in a thin fog, mysterious and mystical. The three of you in warm cloaks walk along Nevsky Prospect towards the Anichkov Bridge. Under the statue of the horse stands a pregnant beggar woman, her gaze pleading for help. You come closer. Your mother begins to ask questions, her voice full of tension. She extracts all the details, persistently trying to understand the story. The beggar woman stands very close. And for some reason, you don't like her appearance at all. She has an unpleasant look, a hard face with wrinkles, shining eyes. After a few questions, the homeless woman tenses up as if ready to run away. Mother whispers something to Olga. Your sister reaches for the beggar's belly, and she sharply recoils. It becomes clear. It was a deception. She's not pregnant. The beggar woman abruptly pushes Olga away and picking up the skirts of her dress, disappears into a fog. The three of you walk back home holding hands. Along the way, Maria Nikolaevna teaches you to notice details, reminds you of the unnaturalness of the beggar's gate, her too sharp gaze, the inconsistencies in her story. You learned an important lesson today. The world can be dangerous and deceitful, and we saved our sister, and we didn't have to give away our jewels. Good job, gang. We are 4 years old and we learned a traumatic lesson. Let's go! The last days of the summer of 1887 are passing away. Clouds are gathering over St. Petersburg, carrying away the heat. Your house, an ancient mansion by the Fontanka embankment, built during the reign of Catherine the Great, seems to have come to life, as if it harbors an age-old secret. The church's New Year is approaching. The beginning of the new year according to the Orthodox calendar. You're almost 5 years old. And you're almost 5. Look at all of the decisions that we have to make as a 5-year-old baby. And, as befits a scion of a noble family, you are on the threshold of an important stage, the beginning of home education. There's a parish school at the Transfiguration Cathedral not far from your mansion, where the children of the coachman and cook will go for the from autumn. They are already bragging about it in the courtyard, but Maria Nikolaevna only smiles condescendingly. A different path is prepared for a noble child. That's right, peasants. My child will go to a better school. You will grow up and enter the Imperial Gymnasium, as befits the son of a military official. Ilya Petrovich is already eyeing the first classical gymnasium at Vasilyevsky Island, where the children of many of his colleagues in the ministry studied. All right, Ilya. I can't take it seriously because you know what? You know what the other Ilya I know is? It's the name of a sex toy shop here in the Philippines. Alright, Ilya, let's go. In the meantime, you're doing everything you can to show your parents that it's time to start studying. Maria Nikolaevna, although she believes that 5 years is an early age for serious study, but after consulting with her husband, she decides to try. The teacher appears in your house. Nikolai Ivanovich. Holy shit, how do I read that? Preobrazhensky. Okay, Nikolai Ivanovich Preobrazhensky. Nikolai Ivanovich Preobrazhensky. There we go, we did it twice, we're fine now. A former mathematics teacher at the Tsarskoye Selo Lyceum. His impressive gray beard, severe frock coat with worn elbows, and the invariable pocket watch on a chain inspire respect, even to the servants. The small living room, which has been converted into a study room, has the atmosphere of austerity. At Nikolai Ivanovich's insistence, a special sloping writing table was brought here, brought from Vienna itself, and a blackboard on an elegant cast iron stand. A painting depicting all the rulers of the House of Romanov appeared on the wall, an indispensable attribute of homeschooling in noble families. The morning hours are now devoted to arithmetic, Nikolai Ivanovich's favorite subject. After afternoon tea, reading lessons begin on Ushinsky's Native Word, a book that the teacher calls the best guide for young minds. Let me Google that. I'm gonna Google that on my phone so I don't stop the game's music. Native word in Oh, they're primers on reading. Okay. They're like in Filipino, aba na ba, nakabasa na ba ako? Reading is still difficult, but you can crack arithmetic problems like nuts, which greatly pleases your mentor. Today, Nikolai Ivanovich, before going home to Gorokovaya Street. Russian names are so big. My brain hangs while reading them. Gorokovaya Street set a big lesson for tomorrow. According to him, it's time for the young gentleman to get used to serious studies. Sir, I'm like 5. I'm like a 5-year-old. What do you mean? I'm 5.
First, you take on the puzzles about merchants and their goods. They are solved with unexpected ease. Apparently, the grandfather's genes are affected. Finally, you're done. You have done with arithmetic.
Alright, you learned how to count money. You can stop with math now.
Suddenly, Olga appears in the doorway in a dress made of lion silk. A real St. Petersburg young lady, as Mother says. Her voice, honed at the Smolny Institute, sounds like music. He suggested a walk with Max along the Winter Palace. It turned out to be an exceptionally fine day. Your heart is torn between duty and temptation. Ahead is the native word, with its difficult text about yacht and fita. But you can spend time in another way.
Okay, before the Russian Revolution, the Russian alphabet had 35 letters, including 4 abolished letters, decimal, yat, pita, and izitsa. Oh my god, you had to memorize that? Ah. We're playing with sister, okay? Okay, that's my sister. That's my precious sister, okay? I mean, I love mom. We're not gonna prank dad. I'm not a nerd. We're playing with sister.
Instead of going for a walk, you ask Olga to teach you how to play chess, a game that the servants' children often gossip about in the courtyard. Your sister, although she is used to more sophisticated college fun, agrees with a smile. In the backyard of the mansion, away from the parental windows, you arrange an impromptu tournament. At first, the wood finch keeps slipping away from your stick, but Olga, like a true mentor, patiently shows the right movements.
Okay, what is cheese?
Cheese. What is this game?
I'm not looking for chess. Holy shit. Oh, cheese game. Russia? What is this game? Apparently it's chess? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Because this is not chess. Whatever this child is doing is not chess. I think it's a game with sticks. A stick game. It's a stick game that you play in the yard. Gradually, you begin to feel the rhythm of the game. The movements become more precise, the body more obedient. By the end of the hour, you are already deftly tossing the finch and hitting it in the circle you've drawn. Tired but satisfied, you return to lunch. Even the prim valet Grigory nods approvingly, noting your flushed face from exercise. Yippee! We're not that much of a nerd anymore. You recently turned 5 years old. You've grown older and learned a lot. I don't know, I'm 5. Father still disappears into the war ministry and mother maintains comfort in the family. Lately, your sister has been playing with you less often, leaves home more frequently, enters high society, visits lady salons and circles. Mother whispers. Olga seriously likes a student, Alexander Ulyanov. Olga was so infatuated with Ulyanov that she manages to persuade mother to give permission to attend the student circle that Alexander attends. Jealousy torments you. You swear to train the dog Max so that he would bite Ulyanov's next leg when they meet. We are demonic 5-year-old. Holy shit. This thought warms you. You know what? That's fine. We're allowed a little demonicness. We're like a perpetually reincarnated soul. Something about us is kind of fucked. 1887, arrest. Oh shit. You'll remember this day forever. From the morning, anxiety doesn't leave you. First, father left in a hurry. Then, mother. pale and silent. Olenka isn't here. A feeling that something is wrong grows. Late evening. It's dark outside. After dinner alone, you run to the living room. Reading doesn't help. You can't concentrate on the text. Finally, a nanny takes you to bed. The nursery is dimly lit. Candles are burning. You can hear the steady breathing of the dog by the bed. You're afraid to move. Silence. It's oppressive. Downstairs, a door slams, arguing voices you recognize, your father and mother. A bad feeling grips your heart. What has happened? Should you go down to your father's study? But what if no one is there? Maybe it's better to stay in bed. The bed seems safer. We're leaving the room. We're like 5. Fuck bed.
I'm a big boy. I'm gonna leave my bed.
Overcoming your fear. I just realized we are in a huge ass mansion, so leaving the bed really is like leaving your room might be kinda scary. Overcoming your fear, you get out of bed. The dog follows you, but at the command, lie down, it settles on the floor with offended eyes. You tiptoe into the dimly lit corridor. Candles on the walls chase away the darkness. The wind ruffles the curtain by the window. Downstairs, you can faintly hear your parents' voices. Your door is second on the left from the stairs. The first is Olga's room. Her door is ajar. You freeze in indecision. You haven't heard your sister's voice. So she didn't return with your parents. With this realization, you go cold. Your legs feel like lead. Your heart is pounding. What has happened? Is something wrong with Olga? Maybe her room will reveal secrets. Or is it better to go straight to your parents? I'm going to my sister's room. What do you mean? I miss my sister. I'm a sister's boy. I have siskon. What is that book? It says step up. I don't understand Russian. Probably doesn't say step up. The door handle is cold. The hinges barely creak. You enter Olga's room. The air is filled with the scent of your sister's perfume and the smell of ink. Twilight. Only the lantern outside casts shadows. You can feel that a secret is hidden somewhere here. You light candles, begin your search. You decide to start with the desk. Notebooks in French, handwritten poems, books, pencil drawings. In the second drawer of the desk is a homemade niche. This is Olga's hiding place. Inside is a roughly sewn brochure titled Narodnaya Volya, or the People's Will. Ah shit, my sister's involved in the rebellion, let's go. On the title page is the inscription, To Dear Olenka, from Sasha. Sasha is a nickname for Alexander, right? Hold on, what's the name of the guy that our sister has a crush on? I forgot. Fuck. It's Alexandre, right? God. Oh. With spiritual strength and the awareness of our righteousness, we shall prevail. Under the brochure lies your sister's diary. You slowly read the words written in familiar handwriting. You're trying to understand Olga's thoughts. We're also 5 years old. In the diary, someone named Sasha is often mentioned. You remember that your sister was infatuated with this Alexander Ulyanov. Yes, that's him. Together they choose a date, argue about the conspiracy plan. They discuss some Marx and Engels. Oh my god. Communism. Let's go. Olga often mentions the forbidden word, error. Adults whisper it within inside. You understand. Your sister has done something terrible. She won't come back. Emptiness weighs on you. The room begins to shrink. You blow out the candle. You go to your room with the diary. In the morning, the first thing you do is hide the diary from your father. You're sure your sister wouldn't want anyone to read her diary. No one disturbs you until lunch. Then your father comes into the room and informs you that you'll have to be alone until evening. The maid will feed you. Your parents have to leave on urgent business. The maid serves you lunch and informs you. Olga has been arrested for planning to assassinate the Emperor, and she will soon be hanged. The maid collects the dishes and leaves. Wow, maid, why are you telling me this? I'm like 5. I'm like 5 years old. Why are you guys trauma dumping? I remember. I will remember this. I'm like a child. My decision making skills are shit. But that doesn't mean that I don't have like memory. I think at this point you kind of start remembering things, right? 5 is the around the time where you develop some sort of memory. Anyway, we're left alone in horror and bewilderment with a bitter sense of betrayal. I like how like your sister is in jail. I respect her more. Let's go. We got Olga's diary. Olga is in prison, under arrest, and her parents are doing everything possible to save her life. 1887 trial. Maria Nikolaevna goes to visit her daughter in prison to persuade Olga to testify against the other conspirators and to ask for pardon from the Tsar. Father, with great difficulty, obtains an audience with Emperor Alexander III. The Emperor, a noble and just man, shows pity for the family of a brave officer. Taking into account Olga's testimony, he accepts her petition for pardon. The court commutes Olga's death sentence into life hard labor. But, oh my god. Oh, Olga. But Alexander Ulyanov and other members of the Narodnaya Volya are executed. By the verdict of the special presence of the governing Senate, he was executed by hanging. Oh, so this was a canon event. He will hang, regardless. By hanging on May 8, 1887, Ulyanov was buried in a mass grave behind the wall of Oreshek Fortress. Oh my god, now I need to Google Alexander Ulyanov. Alexander Ulyanov. Oh, he is a Russian. Bro, he looks kind of hot. Is it bad? I googled him. It's like, yeah, I would do stupid things. He was the elder brother of Lenin. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna stop saying things. Lenin's brother's kind of hot though. I don't even know about Russian history that much, but I know I just said something weird. Olga blames herself for betraying her friends. She is sent to hard labor. Family will never see her again. The Kirsonov family loses its reputation and position in society. Ilya Petrovich is forced to retire from military service. The family decides to sell the mansion and leave the capital. Well, our family is well known. We're still stable. We're still kind of wealthy. So, you know what? We're fine. I hate my dad now. I, a 5-year-old, have learned how to hate. Dark times are coming. Changes await the family. The closer the departure, the more bustle around. Tension and chaos reign in the house. We stand at the threshold of the room surrounded by packed trunks. The luxurious mansion now more resembles a homeless shelter. The maid helps pack things with longing. She also has to leave. It's amazing how little you can take with you. Books, toys, clothes. Everything must fit in modest trunks. Life has shrunk to these items. The sounds of a loud argument come from behind the door. You go downstairs and see. Father stands grimly by the door, examining the hall. His face is even sterner, with more wrinkles. Mother, with all these things in her hands, look as if she's lost her last support. A soft hesitation is noticeable in her voice. Ilya, this is all that's left of our daughter. We can't leave it here. We already have to leave so much behind. I don't want the past to hunt us in our new home. But all these books are by little-known scribblers of the last century. But are all these books by little-known scribblers of the last century more important than Olenka's mementos? She's still our daughter. I've been collecting this collection for many years. Some of the books I inherited from my father, and you're suggesting I exchange my heritage for a dubious memory of the reason for my retirement? So that our son, looking at this world, would absorb her views? Father responds tiredly but firmly. The longer the argument continues, the louder his voice becomes. You find yourself at the epicenter of a storm of emotions. This isn't the first argument about Olya, but you've never seen anything like this before. Your sister's actions continue to eat away at the family. Your heart is torn apart. I'm hiding her stuff. Find a new owner? We're not. Listen, some of these things, we can't give away things without her permission, okay? Listen, when I went away to college, one of the few things that my mom did was like, oh, my daughter doesn't need this shit anymore. I'm gonna give it away and not tell her. And then I got home, right? I needed like some stuff for an art project. And like, Mom, I'm gonna look for these things. And my mom's like, oh yeah, I gave those away. Fuck, that is a thing that I talk about in therapy. I'm like, nah. Nah, Mom, don't do it. Hide sister's things with you. Although, I could probably be like forgiven if I burnt them because I'm 5 years old and I can do nothing wrong. Mom is right. You need to take at least something to remember your sister by. Your heart pounds as you sneak to the backyard, disobeying your father's orders. But you're doing the right thing. At the outbuilding, you find Olya's things abandoned to their fate. Among the dresses and letters is a happy family photograph. Tears well up, but you hold them back. We're like 5. We should be allowed to cry. You choose the most important things. Memorable trinkets, notebooks, a book of poems. You secretly transfer them to yourself, replacing your own toys and books. Each item left behind is a bitter loss, but you can't forget your sister. She was a part of you, more important than any toy or book. After everything is ready, you whisper to your mom, follow me. You lead her to the trunks, slowly open them. Seeing Olya's things, she cries, but these are tears of gratitude and love. Hugging you, Mother gradually calms down. You've become even closer, sharing the desire to preserve common memories. Neither Father nor anyone else will know about your secret, which will leave for Simbersk tomorrow. Alright, we have become more empathetic. Our relations are no longer stable. We're getting a little smarter. We're getting a little more empathetic. We are indifferent to our mom. We respect our sister. We hate our dad. We are 5 years old and we have learned to hate. Today you're leaving home. Forever. The morning seems especially gloomy, the sun hidden by clouds. Your mansion on the Fotanka grows smaller with each turn of the wheels as the carriage takes you to the station. Your hands grip the seat. The wheels clatter loudly. Here, you are at the station. The locomotive is like an ominous guardian of the platform, the huge monster of steel and steam ready to draw you into the abyss. Its chimney smokes the sky as if it's about to speak. On the hard bench, you huddle against a cold window. Next to you is your dog, the only cheerful creature in your company. Familiar landscapes flash by the window, shadows of the old world. A long journey lies ahead. Without Olga, despair and loneliness penetrate deeper. I'm sad. I ain't gonna read a book. I'm gonna play with my doggo. Look at my doggo. Look at him. Precious. Beefy boy. While your parents are lost in their thoughts, you decide to give Max some additional training. You take your mom's ball of yarn and push it under the dog's nose. Let Max remember the smell. Dog looks askance, not as understanding what's happening. You hide the ball and quietly command him to search. Max sniffs the air, but instead of searching, he rushes to the carriage door, apparently deciding this is a game of tag. Hours fly by, you don't give up, using different approaches. The train rushes on, the carriage sinks into twilight. You patiently repeat the lessons until Max starts to understand the task. Finally, he finds the hidden ball of yarn and brings it to you with a proud look. You praise Max and give him a treat. You're both happy from the small victory and closeness to each other. At this moment, you realize the journey to Moscow brings not only sadness, but also opportunities for adventures and discoveries. Who knows? Maybe your ability to find unusual solutions will be useful in the new life ahead. Yippee, we're a little bit charismatic now. You know, the fact that like the stats go up to like 50 means that this is gonna be a really long game. You arrived in Moscow. Cold fog envelops Nikolaevsky station. The train, like a serpent, steers after a night of travel. You tumble out of the carriage, yawning. Max tensely sniffs unfamiliar scents. Your parents walk nearby, but between them, coldness and unspoken words. City noise crashes over you, carriage horns, horses neighing, the hum of voices, unfamiliar dust stings your eyes. You stand in a huge square between three large stations struck by their grandeur. These are the ones your father told you about. The old Nikolaevsky, the newer Ryazansky, and the most beautiful Severny, faced with stone and a tower. Moscow, the ancient capital. Is it not still Moscow? Is it St. Petersburg now? I don't know. What is the capital of Russia? I always thought it was Moscow. Am I wrong? Russia capital. Oh wait, it is still Moscow. Okay. Your eyes close in admiration, but Max's nudging brings you back to reality. Your parents have disappeared, leaving you alone in this anthill. Mom, Dad, what the fuck? Your heart pounds, panic approaches. You look around hoping to see your parents, but they're nowhere to be seen in the crowd. Max looks at you worriedly. What to do? Where to go? Taking a deep breath, you calm yourself. You remember your father's advice. In a difficult situation, the main thing is to stay calm. Let's go, doggo. Remembering yesterday's training of Max, you bring a book to his nose. Mother had read it with you more than once. Perhaps her scent remains on the book. At first, Max snorts in confusion, but then starts to search. You follow him through the crowd, ignoring the taunts. The dog leads you to Ryazansky station. Your heart is pounding. What if you don't find anyone? The heavy doors yield with difficulty. You ask a guard if you've seen people matching your parents' description. He points to a hall with a signed ticket office. There stands your parents arguing at the window. You're relieved and irritated at the same time. They're here as if nothing happened. You cough, interrupting their argument. Your parents look at you searchingly. You explain the situation. Mom hugs you, father exhales. But a bitter thought doesn't leave. How much did they forget about you to lose you? Yes, my empathy grew, so did my intelligence. I'm now educated. I'm kind of careless, but you know what? That's fine. I'm like 5. I should be allowed carelessness. Your long train journey comes to an end. You've reached the final station. The train doesn't go any further. After the grandeur of Petersburg and Moscow, Sizran seems shabby. Low houses, wooden buildings. Father stops the carriage at the hotel on the outskirts. It looks better than the others. Despite being on the outskirts, the hotel is cozy. Tasty food, clean beds, a long-awaited bath. Mom has rested and cheered up. Father also seems calmer. He asks to be let out for a walk with Max. Your parents smile and allow you to play in the backyard. From the streets, you can hear the clatter of wheels, neighing, cries of barkers. You understand. The journey is almost complete, not much left. As soon as you arrive, your parents will reconcile again. And how many discoveries await ahead? Max joyfully runs around the backyard. You pet him, he licks your face. You've been together on the road for so long. Now a new home and adventures lie ahead. Lost in thought, you forget about the dog for a moment. The dog is not nearby. Your stomach tightens with fear. The gates are ajar. You rush there. Max is running along the road, sniffing the grass. You breathe a sigh of relief, about to call him. Suddenly, a carriage flies out from around the corner. The horses snort, and Max, startled, jumps back, barks, and with mad courage rushes towards it. Time freezes. Doggo, no, you can't fight the horses. Oh my god, we need to educate our dog. Fuck. Do I take the chance? Do I save? Oh my god. I might die. Oh my god. Wait, no. Oh. No. What? There was no save. No. Fuck. Continue. Oh wait, can I choose act? Oh, I can choose act. Is there a skip function? No! I was planning to save Scum. Okay, let's see how fast I can go through like my old decisions. There is no save in the demo. Oh my god. Okay, I trained the dog. I remember my choices. Don't worry about it. I'm 3 years old now. I asked mother for help. Don't worry about it. See, I'm gonna go through my choices. I thought I could save Scum. Okay, leave the room. Okay, this is actually going faster than I thought it would be. Go to sister's room. What did we do next? I still like that we respect... Your sister is in jail. I respect her now. Street cred. I'm like 5. Okay, so... tie the sister's things. We pay attention to the dog. That's our doggo. We arrive at Moscow. We let the dog track our parents. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there to our choice. Alright, remove the dog. Like attending a governor's success is almost guaranteed. We're gonna risk it. Okay, the risk paid off. Oh my god, it's a dice game. Sensing danger, you decide to act. The carriage approaches. The dog barks frantically. Someone nearby gasps, "We're not getting isekai tonight." Pushing away fear, you run to the road. With a jerk, you reach out and grab the dog by the collar, pulling him towards you with such force as if your life depended on it. It seems you didn't make it, but here he is in your arms. Your agility has just saved your friend's life. There's a deafening clatter of wheels nearby, the neighing of horses, the cry from a coachman. Your heart is pounding wildly as if wanting to burst out of your chest. The dog whimpers fearfully and licks your face. Onlookers gather around, applauding your courage. You hug your friend tighter. His warm breath is the most precious thing right now. Joy and relief overflow you. You whisper to Max that you'll take care of him. You're together, alive and unharmed. That's the most important thing. Yippee! We saved the dog. At dawn, you set off on your journey to Simburst. You're still impressed by saving the dog, and you tell your mom about it. Mom, I saved the dog's life. That's nice, sweetie. I almost died. Uh-huh. Alright. Anyway, But soon you feel something's wrong: fatigue, pain in your bones. The wind seems icy despite the blanket you're wrapped in. Mother sees that you're pale but puts her hand on your forehead and calls for father. You talk quietly. The carriage stops at the post station. Father leaves and soon returns with a local healer. You're shivering. The healer informs you that you have a fever. She gives you an herbal decoction and offers to treat. Father leaves for a short while. Then he returns to informs in half an hour a comfortable carriage of the Governor General will depart from the station. The trip will cost much more, but the coachman promises to deliver you to Simbersk 6 hours faster, straight to an experienced doctor. Mom worries that the journey will worsen your condition. He wants you to stay here, but father insists this is the best option. He looks determined and concerned. You need to make a decision. I'm like 5. Why am I deciding? Oh my god, my parents are fighting. The head is dizzy from the heat and tension. Should you rely on traditional medicine or take a risk and go to Simberts by high-speed carriage? Listen, Mom, it's 1887. I might have fucking polio or something. Let's go to a doctor. You gather your last strength and look at your parents. You tell your mom that you appreciate your care but want to try trusting the experience of a city doctor. I'm also 5 years old. May I remind you, I'm 5. Mother seems upset, but your father acts immediately. He bustles about, packing things, and thanks the healer for her help. In a few minutes, you're already in a comfortable carriage, tightly wrapped in blankets. Mother sits next to you, holding your hand. Father sits opposite and doesn't take his eyes off you. On the way, you feel your strength leaving you, but Mother gently speaks soothing words to you and you fall asleep. Your body burns with fever and every movement causes pain. Immediately upon arrival at Simbersk, the doctor meets you and a long treatment begins. Your parents keep vigil at your bedside daily. After a few days, when you're feeling better, you realize how hard you fought for your life and how important the support of loved ones is. Rumors spread through the city that the recently arrived Kirsonov family has connections with the Governor General. Yeah, we do. Oh yeah, our wealth kind of went down because Dad spent a lot of money. Still secure. And I'm alive and I have both of my legs. We are now a little well known in our area. Imperial train crashes in 1888. October 17. The car with the Imperial dining room in which Emperor Alexander III was with his family and entourage was completely destroyed. It was half laying on its side without wheels and flattened and destroyed walls. The Emperor, who possessed extraordinary strength, held the roof of the car on his shoulders while the family and other victims climbed out of the debris. The Emperor's left hand is bruised. The back of 6-year-old Grand Duchess Olga, who was thrown out of the window onto a steep embankment, is injured. The Empress's left hand is bruised. The Emperor himself suffered from a bruised back. Psh, just a bunch of bruises, they're fine, walk it off. The crash of the Imperial train is being loudly discussed in society. A total of 68 people were injured in the crash, of which 21 people died. The rescue of the Imperial family is officially recognized as miraculous. In the Emperor's family, they talk about a possible terrorist attack. Officially, the investigation could not identify the cause of the accident. The health of Alexander III was significantly shaken. Oh, people don't trust the Tsar anymore. A year in Simbersk has flown by. The family is slowly getting used to this new life. Your new house is beautiful on the outside, but inside, old and cold. The food has become simpler. Mom has to be more modest in spending, and there are now only 2 servants. Your parents' life narrows down to home and church. It's hard for you to find friends. Your parents have changed a lot. They control your every step. Mom worries and father gets angry if something isn't right. Yeah, because you're the only child left. Good luck. Good luck. Welcome to being an only child. Kinda sucks. Ilya Petrovich takes it to heart when 2 respected teachers refuse to offer to teach his son. He locks himself in his study, refusing to come out. In the end, Mom decides to teach you herself. Her lessons are more interesting and livelier than before. She explains grammar rules clearly and doesn't move on until you understand the material. One day, you ask mom why no one visits you and why you stand apart from everyone in church. With a heavy sigh, she answers that because of Olga, local society rejects their family. Father takes it hard and tries to forget by locking himself in his study. You listen with sadness, not understanding how the action of one person can affect the family so much. Time passes. The harsh winter is replaced by a wet spring, and a hot summer teeming with mosquitoes. Nature is beautiful but seems wilder, more untamed compared to St. Petersburg. And so, one autumn morning, your father announces, "You're all going to visit someone." Mom is surprised, and you are too. Father puts on his dress uniform jacket, mom a new dress. Leaving the house, you feel excited. Wherever you're going, it's something special. The path leads to a two-story building with an attic and a sign on the wrought iron fetch. Provincial Gymnasium. Going around the corner, you find yourself at a door labeled Kerensky. The mayordomo lets you in, takes off mom's cape, and leads you to the living room. You meet the family of the gymnasium teacher, Fyodor Kerensky. His wife quickly finds some common ground with your mom. The elder son, Sasha, that also means Alexander. Oh, as a child, Alexander Kerensky suffered from tuberculosis and of the femur. After the operation, the boy was found to spend 6 months in bed and didn't take off his metal forged boot with a load for a long time. Okay. A thin and pale, struggles to get up from the armchair when introduced. The younger Fyodor is Fyodor, lively and curious, disappears into his own affairs after a couple of minutes. Hold on, I feel like these are historical people. What's his name? Alexander Kerensky. Alexander Keren. What do you mean this is the former Prime Minister of Russia? What? Oh my god. Alexander Fyodorovich Kerensky. Alright. The younger Fyodor, lively and curious, disappears into his own affairs after a couple of minutes. Sasha is tasked with caring of you. After an awkward pause, he suggests taking a walk to the pond. You happily agree. You've long dreamed of talking to someone your age. Let's go, Alexander. I'm gonna snooze. Sasha walks slowly due to his limp. You hold back your irritation, but when the boy talks about his illness, you feel sympathy. Kerensky has been suffering from bone tuberculosis for a long time, and he had to walk in a heavy iron boot, which was only recently removed. You reach a pond overgrown with yellowing reeds. You suggest throwing stones into the pond, whose stones will make the more jumps before sinking up to 3 victories. Sasha agrees. There were no video games at this time. You pick up a flat, water-polished pebble and skillfully throws it across the water. Sasha follows suit. Your stone bounces 5 times, Sasha's twice. The next try, you win again. It won't be difficult to win. Sasha is clearly weaker. But is such a victory worth anything? Maybe it's worth letting Kerensky win or allowing him to win. Let him win. Let the sick boy win. Give him some joy in his life. He's like fucking sick. Your stone sinks underwater. You spread your hands. No quick victory for you. Sasha throws carefully. 3 hits on the water, he wander around. Your next throw, the stone gracefully sinks into a pond. Sasha wins again. Last attempt, you make too brisk a throw and drive the stone straight underwater. And you've lost again. Sasha's face beams with the joy of victory. You shake his hand, sincerely congratulating him. In his gaze flashes an understanding that you let him win. But that doesn't matter now, you've given him joy. You suggest continuing the game and learning new throws. Sasha agrees with enthusiasm. Yippee! The game imperceptibly flows into a sincere conversation. Sasha opens up, talking about his family, illness, and the long road to recovery. You carefully mention the move to Simbersk and your sister avoiding details. Sasha understands knowingly. His father is familiar with the story. The elder Kresensky was friends with the family of Alexander Ulyanov, one of Olga's comrades, and even provided patronage for Alexander's younger brother, Vladimir. Hold on. Hold on. Vladimir Ul. It's Lenin. For university admission. Historical fact: Lenin Ulyanov graduated from the Simbersk Gymnasium with a gold medal in 1887 under the patronage of the gymnasium director F. Kerensky. Entered the Faculty of Law in the Imperial Kazan University. We're learning as we go. Words flow easily. Next to Sasha, who knows the truth and doesn't judge the weight of the secret lessons, you can feel calm and at ease. It seems you've forgotten about time for a long while, immersed in conversation. But suddenly, 4 boys in tattered clothes appear from nearby bushes. Oh no! Poor children! You poor people! Their whole appearance says, you and Sasha are strangers here. Too rich, pampered, different. One steps forward and starts to taunt rudely, saying you can't do anything, neither fish nor build traps. You feel offended, want to snap back, but next to you is Sasha, who's weaker than you. You quickly glance over the bullies, then look at Sasha. You feel there's going to be a fight now. Please don't fight us, we're like babies. We're babies. I'm like 6 years old. Come on. The taunt turns into threats. They talk about hunger, the rich, injustice. You are very societally aware children. They start to approach, rolling up their sleeves. Noticing that Sasha is hiding behind you, you realize you shouldn't expect help from him. And the situation is dangerous. Blood pounds in your temples, your heart beats with fear. The bullies aren't joking. You quickly assess your options. You can try to run away or fight back. We negotiate. I'm gonna Google that child's name. Grishka Sokolov. Grishka Sokolov. I don't think he's anyone, but I could be wrong. You step forward, shielding Sasha, but instead of a threat or attempting to flee, you raise your hands in conciliatory gesture. Wait, why I'm a child, I'm 6.
Wait! We understand you better than you think.
The leader of the bullies, a stocky boy of about 10, sneers.
What can you possibly understand, young master?
You take a deep breath and, surprised by your own courage, begin to speak. The words flow unexpectedly easy.
My sister. She also fought for the common people. She was a member of the Narodovotsy circle. Now she's in exile because she wanted to help the poor. I know what injustice means.
The bullies exchange glances. The leader frowns. You're lying, aren't you?
I swear! Ask anyone in town about the Kirsanov family and their daughter. Everyone knows this story.
Something changes in the leader's eyes. He steps closer, peering intently at your face. They call me Grishka. Grishka Sokolov.
And you know what, young master? Maybe you're not lying about your sister, but this is our place. For locals. Not for the likes of you.
You nod, understanding that while you avoided a fight, this isn't the beginning of a friendship. Consider this your first and last warning. Grishka thinks a little and then, after a pause, adds, But here's the thing, young master. I can't just let you go like that. The boys from our neighborhood won't understand. We still need to teach you a lesson. He nods to your friends and to his friends, and before you can say anything, 2 of the bullies grab you and Sasha by the shoulders. The third scoops up a handful of mud from the shore. Nothing personal. Consider it a kind of initiation ritual, so you'll know how common folk live. Grishka smirks, watching his companions smear mud on your faces and clothes. Humiliation isn't severe, but it stings. Sasha barely holds back the tears while you clench your teeth, realizing it could have been worse. Now get out of here, and remember, this pond isn't for you. While you're at a safe distance, Sasha wipes the mud from his face. You know, you almost convinced them. I thought they would beat us up, but you spoke like a real orator. On the way home, despite your soiled clothes, you feel a strange satisfaction. Yes, you were humiliated, but you managed to turn an inevitable fight into something less dangerous. Perhaps this day taught you something important. Sometimes words can be stronger than fists. Dirty, in dusty torn clothes, you slowly approach the doors of the house. Sasha looks at you anxiously. How will we explain this to them? His voice breaks with worry. His bullies acted unworthily, but if we tell everything as it is, our fathers will surely punish us and they won't let them live it down. Maybe we can say it's all because of Fedya, my brother. He often teases me, closes the doors and windows of the house so I can't get in. I'd like him to get in trouble too. Alexander! Sasha! What a plan. The door swings open. The mayordomo looks at you grimly. Without saying a word, he leads you to the living room where your parents are sitting. Kerensky's father and mother look at Sasha in horror. Your parents look at you. In their eyes is a question that you must answer. Sasha glances at you and looks away. Everyone is waiting for your answer. What will you say? I'm not blaming it on your brother. Okay, we're like 6. We're cute. I can get away with shit. I'm cute baby boy. You take a deep breath, gathering your thoughts before starting the story. With nervousness in your voice, you explain that you and Sasha were playing by the lake, throwing stones into the water. Village boys joined you. You, joking about them, didn't notice how you enraged them. And they attacked in retaliation. You acted wrongly, and Sasha is not to blame at all. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Moreover, Sasha tried to stand up for you. He wasn't afraid of the bullies. With a humble look, Sasha stands between his parents, eyes lowered. Silence hangs in the room for a moment. Your father breaks the silence first, apologizing to the Kerenskys for your behavior. Fyodor Mikhailovich responds with a friendly smile, saying that children can be like that. The main thing is that you learn the lesson and don't repeat your mistakes. You nod frantically, declaring full agreement with the director. Sasha goes to change, they give you his clean clothes. Then you go to dinner. Surprisingly, no one makes any remarks. Parents simply remind you of the need to respect others and always tell the truth. At the end of the evening, you find yourself alone with Sasha. He extends his hand to you, adult-like and serious. I thought that was wonderful. You almost told the truth and neither of us got punished for it. It's amazing. Thank you. It was an interesting day. With a smile, you shake his hand in return. It seems you've made a new friend. You've befriended the future Prime Minister. Let's go. Well, okay, we're indifferent to the future Prime Minister. Honestly, it could be worse. Okay, Simber's friendship with the Kerensky family has positively affected the attitude of local high society. Parents have finally made new acquaintances. The isolation has ceased to be so acute. Spend your days in the company of your new friend, Alexander. You managed to become close friends over the year. The news that the director is receiving a new appointment and the entire Kerensky family is moving to another city. No! No, my friend's moving. You swear eternal friendship to each other before their departure and you're left alone again. We respect them now. He moved out. We respect them. You're now 7 years old. A sunny morning. On the door of the Kirsanov house stands a young man with a metropolitan diploma. Mischievous sparkles dance in his eyes. He introduces himself as Alexei and offers his services for tutoring to prepare for gymnasium entrance. Mother becomes animated at the thought that her son will be able to get preparation from a real metropolitan teacher. But father frowns as he examines the guests at the long dining table. Alexei, tell me, please. Why does a university teacher decide to move from a bustling capital to quiet Simbursk? Couldn't you find work in St. Petersburg?
With extraordinary charm, Alexei answers questions and dispels doubts. He skillfully juggles words. Mother is quickly charmed and smiles at its jokes. Alexei talks about the desire to bring the light of knowledge even to the furthest corners of the motherland. This pacifies father.
All right. After all, you're still quite young and have the right to make your own mistakes. Maria, I don't mind. Let this metropolitan specialist teach our offspring. All the local respected teachers have refused us anyway. We have nothing to lose.
I think you could lose me. I'm your child. Dad?
Dad, please. I'm like 7 or something.
Alexei is true master of managing people. You're glad that your father agreed and you can get to know this man better.
The first lesson? Are those... Excuse me, are you teaching me gambling?
Takes place in your old living room where Alexei offers you to choose, in addition to regular lessons, a special exercise that will help reveal your abilities and develop them. He lays out many cards on the table, then selects only 6 of them and says with a sly smile, I would like to offer you something unusual in addition to standard lessons. Here are 6 cards, each symbolize different directions in which you can delve. These will be very progressive classes, little known in our country, but useful for your development. All right, we need to choose one. I want rhetoric. That's gonna be super useful to me. I'm like 7. Teach me how to make speeches. With excitement, he chose the card depicting a person behind a podium. Alexei's eyes sparkled. Ah, rhetoric and oratory. You want to master the power of words? In the first lesson, he suggests telling any story. Start uncertain, but Alexei encourages you. He teaches you to feel the audience. Yeah, I'm like 7, so the story probably went like, and then the dog ran, and then and then I chased the dog, and the dog, he smells like wet sneakers, and sneakers, that's what I wore, and then, so like I'm 7, I imagine that's the story I told. Remember, my boy, you always need to look to your listeners in the eyes and choose the words that will make their hearts beat in time with your speech. And then there was a puppy, and then there was a cat, and the cat went meow, and then, I'm just imagining a 7-year-old telling a story, okay? Over time, you start to have discussions of various topics. Alexei always takes the opposite position, forcing you to think and argue your thoughts. Oh my god, I'm gonna be a Redditor! You learn to hold attention by playing with intonation and gestures. Alexei shares his experience on how he performed in front of large audiences and how important it is to understand their moods and feelings. Following his advice, you learn to sense people's reactions and begin to develop receptivity. One fine day, Alexei suggests you speak in front of your parents. Your mother sits, smiling and nodding her head while you talk about your dreams and goals. I'm like 7. My dream is to eat. My dream is to live in the moon, and my goal is to eat well this dinner. Your words are clear and sincere, and your parents applaud you at the end of your speech. Alexei, you can't imagine how grateful I am that you helped my son find his voice. I haven't felt such inspiration for quite a long time. Your mother simply beams with pride. You and Alexei grow closer. Alexei is no longer just a teacher. He's a mentor who has opened up a new world for you, full of possibilities achievable through words. I don't have a relationship bar with Alexei. That's suspicious, right? Right. Anyway, I'm 8 years old. This game goes on until I'm 10. The morning, along with the other letters and packages, the postman brings to the house a thick, carefully sealed envelope. Mom is indicated as the recipient. Father, setting aside his freshly brewed coffee, watches attentively as Mom carefully unwraps the unexpected message. At the same time, the expression on her face gradually changes. Tense attention turns to surprise, and then almost amazement. Ilya, what unexpected news! My uncle has passed away and now I'm the sole heir. The inheritance is quite substantial, which means...
We can finally realize my long-standing dream and build a gymnasium for the poor and underprivileged. Father skeptically raises his eyebrows and twitches his cheek. Maria, are you sure? We've already spent a tidy sum on repairing and furnishing our estate. Our current income leaves much to be desired. Maybe we should invest in the railway being built to Simbersk. I'm sure it will be a profitable venture. From barely noticeable changes in your mother's manners and your father's facial expression, you understand that they're ready for a new argument. How tired you are of this. You want to finish breakfast as quickly as possible and leave here to do homework, play, do anything, just not to listen to their arguments once again. But on the other hand, it's not every day that an inheritance falls on the family. Maybe it's worth staying and listening. We're staying. We're staying. Mom, always so calm and reserved, looks at father with an unexpected challenge in her eyes. Dear, don't forget that building a gymnasium was my father's dream, and I want to make it a reality. This is of special importance to me, and now I have the opportunity to do it. I can give education to the local children. Not all families have the means to teach them in a gymnasium. The inheritance should be spent on this. Father is first confused by her conviction. My dear, your impulse is noble and I sincerely admire it. But don't you think that building a gymnasium can wait a bit longer? We both know that we have financial difficulties. By the time our son finishes his education, we risk going bankrupt. I was thinking buying railway stocks with the remaining free funds, but your inheritance gives us a real chance. After all, the more stocks we acquire, the higher our profit will be. Isn't that right? We're not sure. It's the stock market. It's incredibly fickle. You're glad you stayed. Your parents rarely talk about their plans and dreams. Now you understand their behavior and character a little better. You need to keep listening. Ilya, you're worried about our son's future and that's noble. But money isn't everything. Remember our current status. Have you heard? There was once recently an assassination attempt on the heir to the throne during his visit to Japan. Oh my god, it's Nikolai. Someone struck him in the head. We could build a gymnasium and say it's in his honor of his miraculous escape. Perhaps that will improve our reputation in the eyes of the heir. As for buying those stocks of yours, could we allocate a small amount from the remaining free funds? Maria, small investments in stocks won't fix our financial situation. Please, be rational. We can allocate from the inheritance only the amount necessary to buy for the future gymnasium, and the remaining funds can be obtained in the form of a grant or subsidy from the authorities. Yes, it will take more time than building with our own funds, but we'll improve the family budget. Why are you asking for my opinion? I'm like 7 years old. We compromise, motherfuckers. I'm gonna get tired anyway. We compromise. You firmly but calmly suggest dividing the inheritance quickly for the gymnasium and stocks. This way, each will fulfill their desire without quarreling. This will be a compromise which Alexei recently told you about in class. Mom and Dad cautiously exchange glances. It seems your suggestion made them think it's not like Dad is against making a school. It's just he's worried about our finances, and that's fair, you know? Potter takes a deep breath as if preparing to object, but you look at him with such a genuine and sincere expression in your face that his sharpness evaporates. Mom, holding back laughter, adds, "Oh, Ilya, how can one resist such a cute facial expression? You must admit our boy is right. What do you say?" Potter's face becomes irritated for a moment, but then he smiles and says hoarsely, "Perhaps we really should look for compromises. This way, each of us will have the opportunity to fulfill our dreams and no one will feel deprived." Your mom enthusiastically begins to implement her project. You see how her eyes sparkle when she discusses the details of the future building with architects and develops the curriculum. Your teacher, Alexei, starts visiting you more often. Mom asks for his help. He kindly agreed. After some time, you notice that Father somewhat disapproves of these visits. He even starts to appear at their meetings. However, everything. Oh, Alexei, what you doing with my mom? Attention, the world has changed. What? On the evening, you ask your father how the things are going with the stocks. Father responds restrainedly, everything is fine. Things go as he assumes the family will see a good profit. There's a slight note of regret in his words. Let me check. Okay. For the first time in a long while, see that your family dinners have become warmer and calmer. Your parents exchange smiles and peaceful glances. You're glad that you contributed to the harmony in the family. Compromise helped avoid quarrels and strengthened your relationships. I am now slightly tired, but I am charismatic and I am stable, and that's good. Mom decides she will teach at school from autumn, and for now, to not waste time, she organizes private lessons for children. Alexei jokes that he has a competitor. Father doesn't approve of Mom's decision but doesn't speak against it either. Spend all your free time preparing for school with teacher Alexei. Results please both you and your parents. I'm improving my perseverance. I'm about to be confident. It's snowing. Okay, I'm getting a little tired, so I'm gonna skip a few paragraphs. Fresh snow crunches cheerfully under your feet, and there are few people you can find a place for the snow fortress. Hold on. Sorry, I tabbed out slightly. Let's go. The main thing is that other children don't find it. They'll break everything. Last year you didn't have time to build, but this year you'll definitely manage. Turning into an alley, you hear strange sounds. You quietly approach and peek around the corner. The scene in the alley sharply changes your mood. Two bullies are throwing a bag at the girl in a shabby coat. A bag that the girl in a shabby coat is trying to take back. She shouts, "Stop it!" But the guys laugh and throw the bag onto a tree. The girl unsuccessfully jumps, trying to reach the item. In despair, she sits in the snow and covers her face with her hands. The bullies walk away. You intervene, but what's the best way to act? Oh shit! Wait, I can use my dog. Let's go, dog. You whistle quietly, calling the dog. It's good that you always take him with you for a walk. Max runs up. You barely audibly gave the command, "Attack." Pointing at the departing bullies, you yourself go to the tree. The dog rushes like a bullet at one of the boys and knocks him down. The bully screams. The second one runs away. The dog barks loudly, takes off, and runs after the fleeing boy. The one knocked down gets up and rushes in the other direction. You call the dog back and try to climb the tree yourself. Your fingers manage to freeze before. On the fifth attempt, you manage to reach the branch and carefully remove the bag. Sliding back on the ground, you carefully shake the snow off before handing it to the girl. The girl, puzzled and surprised, takes the bag. The dog runs up to her, sniffs her. The girl gets a little scared but then reaches out and pets him between the ears. "Oh, doggo!" The dog wags its tail. The girl looks at you askance and whispers, "Thanks." You clearly made an impression. You nod, showing that everything's under control. You notice that she's very cute and decide it's time to introduce yourself. I'm getting a little more agile now. Let's go. Her name is... Oh my god, do I have to Google this? Sofia Seva. Nothing happens when I Google it, but there's also a chance that she will get married at some point and that name will change. You're Marie Nikolavna's son? Wow! And I'm Sofia. Sofia Belozertseva. Nice to meet you. I study with your mom. She teaches very well. Everything becomes clear right away. You gallantly nod and offer to escort her. Sophia slyly agrees. You walk side by side. Sophia, dressed in a large, worn, clearly used boy's coat, and you next to her in new, beautiful clothes. You notice how she quietly counts trees, houses, windows, and floors, adding them together. An interesting girl. Oh my god, are you gonna be a mathematician? Are you gonna invent a computer? Perhaps you should suggest going to build a fortress together? Or does she have her own ideas? You could also just escort her and return home to improve your math skills. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go, baby girl? You decide to postpone building the fortress and ask Sophia if she wants to go somewhere. She suggests her favorite place, a spring in Kindyanovskaya Grove. Among the snow-covered trees, you find a spring called Nyaginin. Nyaginin. Sophia scoops with her hands and drinks the icy water. You try too. Your hands freeze, but you endure stoically. Then you freeze, enjoying the singing of birds, the rustling of branches, the murmur of spring. The girl closes her eyes and smiles, and you feel the harmony of this place. There's so much beauty around if you know how to notice it. In the grove, you silently enjoy nature. But on the way home, you started actively questioning each other. You learn that Sophia likes math. She dreams of studying at the university in St. Petersburg when she grows up, but her parents are against it and consider it a whim. You briefly tell her about your sister, the move, your parents' quarrels, your loneliness. It seems she understands you. Before parting, Sophia invites you to visit her. You promise to come in a couple of days. Returning home, you feel that was the first step towards friendship. Yippee, we respect her, let's go. This variable scene becomes available because the main character fulfilled the required conditions in previous scenes and his parameters reach certain values. We have an additional scene. In addition to lessons with Alexei, you learn to play the piano under your mother's supervision. Lately, the music is starting to get boring. You'll never become a great pianist, so why bother at all? One day, you'll enter high society, son. Being well-read, understanding art, and having good taste in clothes are important parts of a nobleman's image. Yes, our family is in disgrace now, but I believe that everything will still change. You'll have to dance and speak well, so... What difference does it make if you know how to dance? If, for example, you're fluent in French and German, you look at your mother intently. Sometimes the external image is more important than the inner content. You can be smart and educated but not know how to express yourself delicately, which will make people think you're rude. And inviting a lady to dance is a very important part of courtship, although it's too early for you to think about that yet. But knowing how to behave properly in high society is the most valuable art. Of course she's right. Etiquette and dancing are important, but knowledge of languages is also useful. It's worth agreeing with Mom that knowledge of social etiquette and the ability to behave in society are necessary, but you can gently insist that deep knowledge is also very valuable. Now, let's go with Mom. We learn to dance. You take your mother's side and we watch the opera. You realize that learning to control your emotions in public and simultaneously mastering tableware perfectly is not so easy. You learn numerous rules of behavior for nobles in an aristocratic salon. You invited the teacher, started teaching you choreography. Dancing is not fucking easy. You attend the opera 2 months later in Kazan. Mother asks you for a long time about what you saw and heard and remains satisfied, both with how you speak and what conclusions you draw. According to her, you can already be introduced to high society. We're like 8. But we are now charismatic and our agility is getting up there and we respect our mom. Simbersk, Decadent. You hear this word again in your dreams. Some part of your personality is bursting out. You try to remember something that can't be. To remember who you were before, who you really are, and your purpose in this life. You've grown older, stronger, more resilient. I'm 9 years old. You just turned 10 years old. Oh my God, we're 10 years old. You firmly know that you're capable of more and you're ready for it. Friends and acquaintances are also notice changes in your behavior. Mom laments that you've grown up so early, but your father stops controlling you so much. In the recent months, he has been constantly secluding himself in the office, avoiding people. Okay. The gymnasium absorbs the energy and time of Alexei and Mom. Their late hours of meetings in the living room are filled with quiet discussions and hopes for the future. Only once did your father, the music is getting intense, bother to join them just during the discussion of the circular about Cook's children. Opinions differed, but it didn't come to a quarrel, which was already comforting. The day after lessons, Alexei unexpectedly hands you a novel with a complex title, Test of D'Urbervilles, a pure woman faithfully presented. Hold up! I had to read this for school. I had to read this in college. And that's because my teacher's a bit of a pervert who's like, this is my favorite book. Look at this woman. She's gonna get fucked by the patriarchy because she's too pretty. It's a sad book, by the way. He asks you to give the book to mom and hurriedly leaves the house. The book looks strangely old despite Alexis' assurances of its newness. Oh, okay, good. I don't have to read it. The binding is swollen, as if the book had been dropped in water or as if something had been inserted inside. Listening, you notice that your mom is making music in the boudoir, and your father is in the office has started singing an old soldier song, which means no one will disturb you. Thoughtfully, you turn the book into your hands, trying to. Oh, your mom and dad are like. They're still in sync. They still love each other. They're making music in different rooms. I imagine they're singing the same tune. It's like. It's fine. It's cute. Thoughtfully, you turn the book in your hands, trying to understand what the secret is. Catching the thin corner of a paper peeking out from the binding, you pull out the letter and eagerly read it. With each line, you become more and more amazed. The handwriting, its gentleness, and familiar curls. It's your sister's handwriting. Her quiet voice begins to sound in your head. The Novobelgorod Penal Central is being abolished. All convicts are being transferred to Siberia. We're stuck here, 40 versts from Simbird. In the village of Tagay, dirty, hungry, lousy, sick. Help us, for Sasha's sake, for all who died there, please. You've always been kind to us. We just need a little good food, some warm clothes, and something to cauterize and bandage wounds. You don't know how much time has passed while you stand with the letter in your hands, immersed in silent confusion. Alexei is also Did we blame the wrong Alexander? Russia, why the fuck are there too many Alexanders nicknamed Sasha in your Russia? Oh my god, it's like Filipinos and Juan. Everyone's named Juan. The chiming of the clock brings you back to reality. 7 in the evening, dinner will be soon. Look at the letter again and your gaze darting in from it to the door, then back to the letter. This is a very bad situation. The book was asked to be given to your mother, which means father wasn't supposed to know about this letter from Olga. You know his attitude towards your sister. He will certainly be angry. What's the best way to act? Read the letter carefully. I'm not smart enough. Fuck it. We're reading it to them because he's still her dad, you know? Feeling the weight of the letter in your hands, you think about this situation. That this situation needs to be resolved directly and honestly. This seems to be the only right way. You decide to read the letter to yourself at dinner, understanding that any other option will definitely provoke a new quarrel between your parents. Your voice trembles. You ask to be listened to. Start from afar. You remind your parents how important human life is. Mom, Dad, human life is important. I'm like 10 years old, okay? We don't kill people. Don't miss signs from above. This could be a sign. Everyone be friends. You understand that you're on the threshold of an inevitable confrontation, but you're ready. You must take this blow because, after all, it concerns all of you. Start reading the letter. Each word flies from your lips like an echo of Olga's thoughts. It's not just her request, it's her cry for help. Your parents listen silently, their faces becoming more and more tense with each sentence you read. When you finish, silence fills the room. Mom looks at you with wide open eyes, having turned a bit pale. Father has fixed his eyes on the floor and his silence speaks louder than any words. In the silence of the dining room is broken by Mom's voice, thin and pleading. Mom looks with hope. Dear, I beg you. Yes, you said that I would never see her again, but by the will of fate, she's here. So close. Please, let's help her. Ilya, remember that she's our daughter. We can't just disown her. No, Maria. We have just settled in Simbursk. We have just started to be respected again. And here you suggest going to meet convicts so that people will whisper about us behind our backs again? And for whom? For this fool who ruined our whole life, my career, her brother's prospects. No way, never, only after my death. But she's our... Father stands up abruptly, fury in his eyes. You've never seen him in such a rage. Mom turns pale. His voice fills the room. Stop telling me that she's our daughter. I know. I remember. I held her in my arms, read fairy tales with her, and went for walks. She's a criminal, Marussia. A vile traitor, a snake. I don't want to hear anything more. Enough. One more word and I won't be responsible for myself. Letters appear for who knows where. This vile story surfaces again. According to wartime laws, traitors and deserters are shot on the spot. Be grateful, dear, that she wasn't at war. Oh, Dad. That makes sense, right? They were close. They were really, really close. Between the two of us siblings, Olga is the one who picked up Dad's mannerisms. Father, limping, leaves the table, stands by the window, and presses his hands to his temple. The situation hangs in the air, on the verge of explosion. Something needs to be done. What? I can't convince them to go together. There's no secret cipher. Oh my god, Mom and Dad, I don't care. I'm like 7. Like 10. The next morning, Mom leaves for the gymnasium. Father tells her to take the clerk with her. Mom coldly remarks that she doesn't intend to violate the prohibition, but if it's necessary, let the clerk go with her. At dinner, Mom warns Father that Alexei needs to urgently go somewhere and she will take on his tasks. It seems that Mom is being cunning, but exactly how is not clear. After another week, it becomes known that 10 convicts escaped, including Olga. Almost all of them died. Some suffered from frostbite, others from illness or from wounds inflicted on them by guards during their escape. As for Olga herself, her body was never found. There's a possibility that she survived, but that probability is extremely small. One of the guards claimed that he hit her in the face with a saber. And Father, hearing this, contemptuously throws out, "A dog's death for dogs." And Mom locks herself in the basement bedroom. Doesn't come out for a week. Each time you pass by her room, you hear her quietly crying. I should have fucking sided with Mom. 3 months pass after Olga's escape. The snow melts. Spring comes to Simbursk. Mom and Alexei prepare for your gymnasium, but you solve the most interesting problems together with Sophia. Seems everything was going well. Not today. Lunch is approaching. You and your mother are at the table checking penmanship. I want to repeat. Can I repeat? My God. I feel bad. Okay, I'm gonna choose this act. Wait, holy shit. Wait, I forget that it starts from a baby. Ah, shit. Okay, shit. I forgot how long I have to, select. Oh my god. A friend dog. Oh my god, I forgot how... ask mother for help. Okay. I remember. 4 years old now. feel like I skipped a few steps, leave the room, go to sister's room. We get our diary. We hide the sister's things. I remember my choices. Pay attention to dog. Dog tracking. Save dog. Leave now. Right, okay. For 5 years old. Train crash. This is giving me a chance to rest my throat, by the way. Negotiate. I feel bad for mom. I'm repeating my choices and this game won't let me save scum. So I'm like, I'm starting from the start, but I kind of remember my choices anyway, so we're good. I chose rhetoric. I don't trust Alexei. He has no trust value. Like, everyone else, like Sasha, we talked to him. We were able to, like, you know, build trust with him. Who else? Who else were we able to build trust? Sophia. Right? We built trust with Sophia. Everyone. Alexei, we don't have that for Alexei. We don't even know his last name. So like, what's happening there? Alexei's sus. Okay, we're 9 years old. Okay, we're here. We're back. Read the letter carefully. Okay, I can risk it. You feel something strange in every word of the letter. Something is hidden. Unnoticeable but rhythmic. Only after a dozen careful readings do you uncover this secret, so obvious that you start laughing from the tension. Behind a mask of suffering and pleas for help was hidden another message, hammered as an acrostic in the first lines of each line. Help. We are planning an escape in the coming days. The very fact that you uncovered this makes you feel proud, but deep down, anxiety grows. Does this mean that your teacher Alexei knows about Olga's plans when he passed this letter to Mom? Oh shit! I'm so glad I played again. Olga's plans when he passed. Alexei sus! What role does he play in this situation? Or was it just a kind gesture? Questions swirl in your head as you walk to the living room for dinner. You need to discuss all this with your parents. Yes, Mom, Dad. Father's gaze, heavy and evaluating, is fixed on you. You're late. With a small cough, you hand the letter to Mom and wait for her reaction. Mom opens, her face turns white with surprise. She reads the first sentence, abruptly falls silent, and looks at you questioningly, but you wave it off. It's important that you continues reading. Her voice, trembling with tension, fills the silence of the dining room as she voices all the trials that have befallen Olga. The rustle of paper in her hand sounds louder towards the end of the reading. Silence descends. Okay, and then they're gonna fight. Oh God, Dad is hurt. You know, like, that's my daughter. It could have been worse. I could have shot, Secret Cipher. You feel bitter. Your parents are growing apart. And again, Olga is to blame for everything. Your sister is not asking for these food and medicines to make her life in prison easier. She's planning an escape. Your parents don't know this. Now that you've solved the mystery in her letter, they need to be told about it. With the message in your hands, you approach your mother. You quietly show her how the first letters of the lines form a request for escape, hidden in the plea for help. With a sob, Mom looks at the sheets with disbelief. Before she can answer, you snatch the letter and rush to your father. Before he turns away, you thrust the message at him and point at the acrostic. Father studies the message more carefully. He reads Olga's words, his eyes grow dim. Father asks a question in which he puts all his disappointment. So, where did you get this letter? Who did Olga warn about her escape? Clearly, not you. Not Mom. There must be someone else. Who is it? You're sure the letter is addressed to Alexei. But if Father finds out about his connection with Olga, he will hurt him. Or even kill him. This means the family will have new problems. Now let him die! You answer that you found the letter on the porch during the day, not knowing who left it. Your father looks at you for a long time as if trying to read the truth in your eyes. His hands are shaking. He angrily crumples up a piece of paper and throws it into the fireplace. None of us will help Olga in her escape. No meetings. No food. Nothing. We cannot afford to put our family at risk again. No more mentions of Olga in this house. Never. Mom, oh, the world has changed. Raises her head with difficulty, takes a deep breath, and then nodding slightly. Agrees with Father. Finally, the voice of reason sounds in the family again. Next day, breakfast goes calmly. Mom shares her plans. Alexei needs to leave. She will take over his work at school. At dinner, parents peacefully discuss affairs. Mom suggests going to the waters to rest away from home. Father agrees, promises to inquire about the place. A week later, it becomes known that 10 convicts escaped. Among them was Olga. Oh, she still dies. Almost all of them died. Some from frostbite, from diseases, or from wounds inflicted by the convoy during the escape. As for Olga herself, her body was never found. There's a chance she survived, but this chance is extremely small. One of the convoy guards claimed he hit her in the face with a saber. Hearing this, Father quietly throws. His daughter died 5 years ago. And Mother locks herself in the bedroom and doesn't come out for a week. Each time you pass by her room, you hear quiet crying. You know what? We still have good stats. Our sister still kinda did not escape well. 3 months pass after Olga's escape. The snow melts, spring comes to Simbers. Mom and Alexei prepare you for the gymnasium. You solve one of the most interesting problems. Together with Sophia, it seems everything's going well. But not today. You and your mother are at the table checking penmanship. Father bursts into the dining room, his face distorted with anger. He quickly approaches you. It seems his limp no longer constrains him. A fear arises that he will kill Mom now, so ominously his eyes burn. Do you know who Alexei is? Do you know? Don't you guess who exactly your friend is, or during your intimate meetings? Didn't tell you? What are you talking about, Ilya? What's come over you? Father raises his hand and Mom squints. There's a crunch. Father diverts his hand at the last moment, breaking a vase, shards on the table, flowers lying on the floor. What's come over me? Your dear teacher was in that circle, darling. That very circle among those very students who were planning to kill the Emperor. That's who Olga asked for help. But that's not the main thing. Oh no, far from the main thing. I know that through him you communicate with Olga, Marussia. You knew who he was and you continued to communicate with him. You. It's all you. It's all your fault. Mom jumps up, the chair falls with a crash behind her. Father seems to come to his senses for a second. My only fault is that I refused to act on your order and continued to communicate with our daughter. I tried to be a good mother. After you decided to erase our girl from your life, and you have no right to accuse me of communicating with our daughter. Especially after your assumptions about me and Alexei. It's low and vile to assume such things. Not expecting such resistance, Father takes a step back, but his gaze still bodes no good. I will put an end to the lies of this vile slug who dared to fool good people, and then you and I will talk about him and about our marriage. Father leaves. From the corridor, you hear the clerk's voice. He promises to prepare weapons and encourage. Breathing heavily, Mom brushes aside a strand of hair and looks at you with a steely gaze. You haven't noticed such firmness in her before. It seems that endless arguments have only tempered her character. After the letter from Olga, you suspected Alexei's connection with Narodnaya Volia. But for him to be in the core of that very society of conspirators? It's hard to believe. Is there any way to find out more? We have a... Oh shit, we have her diary. Alexei. You tried to remember if this name was in Olga's diary, which you found that night. You remember about Sasha, whom she wrote about many times, but Alexei. You turn around sharply, run to your room, fling open the closets with a bang. Where is it? Rustling of pages, you read carefully, look for names, dates, and you finally find it. A says we must hurry. Any day now we might be caught and we must do at least something. I don't quite understand this rush, but Sasha agrees with him. We need to make ourselves known as soon as possible. A is sure. If we do this for the second time on March 3rd, we're in for a resounding success, you bitch! Looking closely, you see the letter A everywhere, especially in the moments where your sister and her comrades make some decision. He's everywhere, in all of those decisions, important and not so much. Previously, you thought that A was Alexander Ulyanov. But now you understand that you were mistaken. After all, your sister never called him by his full name. A was always Alexei, your teacher. It's he who stood at the head of the Narodnaya Volia conspiracies. It's him who inspired Olga and his students. And this realization, everything inside turns cold, so he... It wasn't for him. Maybe. No, you shake your head, dismissing thoughts about what's already happened. Now it's more important to do everything to make him answer, and you have proof. Mom locked herself in, writing a letter. Father is cleaning weapons in his study. You knock loudly on her door, shouting about valuable evidence of Alexei's involvement. Without waiting for an answer, you run to Father. You burst to the study without knocking and hold out a worn notebook. Father looks askance, takes the notebook. There's a lot about Alexei, you say. It was he who delivered the letter from exile. It was he who was behind the assassination attempt on the Emperor. Father looks at you, then behind you. Then in the doorway stands Mom. Silence. I'll kill that scoundrel, Maria. Don't even think about stopping me. You ask your parents to listen to you just once. You can't just kill another person even if they seem to deserve it. That's right, listen to the 10-year-old. Alexei is clearly not as simple as he seems. He's been fooling everyone for a long time. Who knows what else he has prepared. You suggest going and turning Alexei over to the gendarmes, the police. You have Olga's diary. That might be enough for an accusation. Your father agrees. You get ready, get to the carriage. I thought gendarmes was a place. Might be the police. Your parents avoid each other's eyes, but at some point your father silently puts his hand on your mother's fingers. Oh, they still love each other. You officially report about the People's Will member living incognito in Simbirsk. Hand over the diary as evidence and calmly head home to have dinner. A couple of days later, you learn that Alexei escaped, wounding two policemen during the arrest. Some evidence was found in his apartment, and now they're looking for him as a spy, too. As for you and your father have been meeting your mother at school these 2 days and taking long walks together through the evening at Simbirsk. Let's go! My family is now okay. I'm smarter, I'm more persevering. I lost my sister's diary. Evening, living room. Alexei has been searched for 2 weeks. You are reading a book, Mom's knitting, nothing unusual. Suddenly, a furious cry of pain shakes the house. It's Father's voice. You and your mom rush to the study. Father is on the floor, clutching his head with his hands. His face is purple, veins bulging as if ready to burst. Blood flows from his nose. Oh no, Dad! And a groan unceasing, piercing to the very core. Mom falls to her knees in front of father, shouts for you two to run, call the clerk to run for a doctor. Hails a sheet, she presses a wet handkerchief to his forehead with trembling hands. The groan stops. Father opens his eyes wide, breathes heavily, turns a cloudy, unclear gaze to Mom. His mouth twitches with a strange smile. One of his corner lips move up, the other down. Oh, he's suffering a stroke! Marussia. After a while, he goes limp lifelessly. Mom touches his shoulder, shakes desperately, falls in again and again, breaking into tears. Father breathes hoarsely, blood crusts under his nose, temples pulsing. Unable to watch, you run to Mom, bury your face in her hair, inhale her familiar scent. After that, everything blurs. You don't remember when the doctor came or how Father was carried upstairs. It's as if all the events of this evening are erased by the doctor's terrible, cold verdict. Apoplectic stroke. Mom sits down, her gaze dims. The doctor lists. He needs rest until he comes to his senses, then it will be necessary to talk to him, read to him, and walk. Father may never come to his senses again, but most likely, he will remain disabled even if he recovers. Oh shit. My grandpa had this. It was terrifying. The doctor recommends taking him to the healing waters of the Caucasus if there's positive dynamics. Mom stoically accepts everything, gripping the hem of her dress so tightly that her hands turn white. We stand nearby, thinking that it seems her childhood has ended. Yippee! We ended the demo! And that's it. Our sister failed to escape. We figured out that the guy who led her to her doom is her teacher. And I have wishlisted both games. If you want to play Decadent Heir, this is the game. Next time I'll be more prudent on like linking the game links. But in the spirit of fairness, the game is called Decadent Heir on Steam. They are also like getting people for the playtest. What else can I say about Decadent Heir? I like the writing. It's very emotional. It's a very emotional game. Hold on. I'm gonna stop streaming Decadent Heir, but that is the demo. We are 10 years old and we have suffered for so much. Okay, I'm pretty sure the stream is go while I'm still in this go room over here. Yep. So yeah, that's Decadent Heir. Let me just show you guys my character here on Go. Doing fine. Don't look at what she's looking at. Thank you for joining me. That was Decadent Heir. And the other one, the game we played earlier, is Imperial Grace. Both filled with intrigue, both with interesting protagonists that will do things that I would not do in real life, but is fun. I've wishlisted both, but also ever since I started like streaming visual novels from events, like the last time, what was the last time? What's your screen, Max? No, we're not going to get. Okay, you know what? Fine. Okay. God's watching, and so am I. I'm watching for. Anyway. Yeah, so that was Decadent Heir. The last one was Imperial Grace. Wishlisted both. I've added so much dating sims to my wishlist and visual novels. I haven't finished a lot. I have a backlog from like the last visual novel event. That's wild. Max, what you looking at? Nothing. We're studying. We're Jesusing. Anyway, let's raid someone so I can go back to studying. Let's study, you know, we're studying. Let's find someone to raid while you guys are here. Yeah, we're having Bible discussion and study meeting. That's right. That's right. All right. Let's raid. Let's see. There's a few people who's also doing the choose wisely thing. Let's find someone who's like doing it, who's been okay. I don't want to get spoiled for that game. Let's raid Sushis. Sushis is also doing this event. Sushis is playing the case of the serialized killer. It's also from I'm not exact. I think yeah, Sushi is she's playing the event, doing the event. She is a red panda VTuber. This is our let's make a different raid message, man. Uh rich people problem raid. Rich people problems raid. Or I'm 10 years old. What is this raid? Okay, that's more fun. I'm 10. 10 years old? What is this raid? There we go. That's a raid message I could get behind. There we go. And let's raid Sushis. Oh, I still had all caps on. Tomorrow I'll be playing Lover's Enigma. It's a game that we played before. It is a dating sim where you it's our husband is dead. He might be haunting us. Our mom wants us to move on immediately. There is a weird exorcist that's trying to save us. There's a guy that mom wants us to date, and there's a streamer e-girl. There's a streamer femboy that's also our neighbor. He's very tsundere. And I'll see you tomorrow. Maya muli. Paalam. Bye-bye. Remind me to copy paste my own raid message before I go. Ah!